bugs, your iPhones and so on, so now that the bugs, do anything about that?
What I've been,
An update, you mean?
Yeah, because I'm supposed to update this and update this, but when I heard of all the bugs people were getting after they did the update, I waiting until it hits the button.
it all depends, like your iPad, if it's an older iPad,
Yeah,
don't do anything.
okay.
Don't update it to the
Okay.
next version. If it's working fine on the current version it's in, it's working fine. Eventually, the software will stop working on it for your newer stuff, but if you're doing everything you want it, if it looks fine.
They keep saying he wants to update it overnight, later, and I just go, remind me later, remind me later. They didn't remember to update.
Yeah. Like I have an iPad at home, and it's my wife's, but you know, it's a second generation. I mean, it's older now. It's 2012 maybe,
Uh-huh.
and we put iOS. It came with 5. I don't know what it came with, but
So what?
updated the iOS, and it works like crap. It's slow. It's buggy, and I had the same thing with I had an iPhone 4. It was great. It was fast. It did everything I wanted to do. I mean, I would still have the phone, but I updated it to iOS, I don't know, whatever, the next one. And it crushed it. It stopped working properly.
That's what I hear, that's what I used to do.
Yeah, and they're like, and there's no backwards compatibility. There's no there's no Apple, it doesn't really work anymore. Like, oh, well, some users are experiencing this. Every user is experiencing this. Every single user. I mean, it's their business model to crush old devices and get you to buy new stuff. And it's so blatant and so transparent in how anybody out there sits there and actually believes them that oh, well, there may be some incompatibilities. Like, you built the hardware, you write the software, your engineers who are geniuses put this stuff together, and you understand it better than anybody. And if you're telling me you don't understand the situation, then you're along with my face.
That's right.
It's like,
Yeah, that's the bottom line right there.
it's,
Good morning.
good morning.
Morning.
How's Verde doing?
What's that?
How's Verde doing?
Verde?
Verde.
Oh, I'm taking it off the market.
Why? Oh, just to get it fixed up?
Well, they're super busy. They're moving out of state, they're selling another place, and also, yeah, so it's just we're gonna take it off the market, lower the price eventually, then move out, it'll be empty when it goes back in the market.
Oh,
And,
well, that may help it.
yeah, so we've kind of gotten
Spend some
behind
time with that.
pricing. I shouldn't have listened to anybody except my own gut about pricing. But
What was your gut?
my gut was way lower.
Oh, way lower? Oh,
Yeah.
and who told you to put it higher?
Oh, just various kind of forces.
I mean, someone here is what you're talking
I
about.
don't know. That's the market. Maybe it would have for me if it was immaculate. Maybe it's worth that much money. And the owners had it at $449. The problem is on the same street, there's a house that was listed for $510, $475. The same cul-de-sac. And other houses, there's other nice houses on there. So the value really is higher, but it's kind of hard to make it pencil.
It's in the nice neighborhood. And they have a nice lot.
Yeah.
Well, I showed my first house last night.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Really, like the last 2 months, my open houses have been really inconsistent. I've been out of town and had things come up, I couldn't make it, and so last 2 months I just have not had very many open houses. The ones that have had had crappy traffic. So I've just not had very many buyers to work with. Every buyer I come into is like, oh yeah, we want a fixer upper, we want a check house, 10,000 acre lot, 2,000 square foot house that needs to be fixed up. We want for about $10.
We'll tell them, of course you do. Now let's get down to reality.
Like, what do you really want? Do you really want to buy? So like the last person that said, oh yeah, we want to buy investment property, and they're like, kind of like, you can just tell they're talking at the side of their mouths. So, and everybody else I talked to, like, they want to wait.
Well, that's what that people know that the prices are gonna start going down even more, especially with the job layoff.
Well, the middle of the market is not changed that much right now.
Yeah, you're right.
And the prices are still going up, which, in a year's time, in a year's time, everybody who's on the fence to make a decision will either know one way or another whether they're going to buy or not. Do they have to buy, or they're just not going to buy? But in a year's time, the market, I think, will be clearer.
After the elections, or
After the elections, and after all these expensive houses, like if all the expensive houses go on the market and they just sit there, if after the election, you've got all these expensive houses going to be, bought up by folks, if there's buyers out there, I don't know where, it's like it's a structural, it's the oil companies.
Good morning, Ms.
Hello.
Lisa.
How are you guys? Think
Good.
we're good?
We're good.
Excellent.
Yeah, I just
Ready
don't-
to learn,
I
learn.
don't know where the buyers are gonna come from next year.
I like what you're saying. though.
Okay, let's talk about your repair amendment. What does it say? What are they asking for?
Should I read it aloud?
Yeah.
Okay. Amendment to be used only when changing an existing purchase and sale agreement. Buyer and seller agree, seller to do the following repairs prior to buyer's final walkthrough. Have a licensed window film installer apply safety glazing to window and rear garage.
Okay, so what do we think?
That's a health and safety item.
Okay, what do we think about that?
That's going to be taken care of.
Okay,
Health and safety item.
do we think that's a big expensive item?
No, that's a very reasonable item.
Okay, let's keep going.
Have a licensed contractor install windows in lower back house and upper front house bedrooms to meet proper egress requirements. Contractor also install ASA protection for the lower back house bedroom and electrical panel. Contractor to install a proper clothing rod in the lower bedroom. Those are all health and safety items and bedroom requirement items.
Okay, let's talk about that one more time.
So those are,
Actually, let's hold off for a minute because we've got new people. Our peeps are coming on in. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. We've got some interesting things that have happened with transactions since yesterday. Okay, so Phil, you have a duplex.
yeah,
Built what year?
before Christ.
Right. Right. Jesus, when Jesus and I were in carpenter's school together. Yeah.
It's actually pre-carpentry. It's a mud hut.
Yeah, there you go. We were in the flood. Okay, keep going.
Anyways, it was 1943
Oh, wow.
or 45.
42, 1942. Not that I would know that. 1942.
Okay.
Yeah.
43, 42. Anyway, so and then a carriage house was built in 2007.
Okay, so, and carriage house, I love this. What is a carriage house?
I guess so.
Please
I
wait.
think it's a real, I mean, I think they just made it up. I mean, carriage house is that a real thing?
I think, yeah, it is a real
You
thing.
think it's a
And
real
I've
thing?
heard the expression before, yeah.
I've
Carriage house
heard
is,
it before too, in the South and the antebellums where they used to have horse and buggies, but I haven't ever heard it used on the West Coast in modern times.
garage,
Yes.
apartment over the top,
Gotcha, but I like it. I think it sounds nice.
quarters over the top,
I'm gonna leave that right there.
quarters,
Orders.
and stat.
That's where I was thinking. That's where my mind went.
A carriage house is also called a coach house. It's an outbuilding which was originally built to house horse-drawn carriages and the related tag.
I love Google is our friend. But anyway, keep going. But I like the way it sounded.
Derivatives of horse and buggies.
I think it
and-
sounds,
and-
cars,
and
horse
carriage.
power.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I think it
That
sounds
have
sexy.
horsepower rated.
I think it sounds sexy. I'm just saying. Go ahead. Okay, guys.
European cars that have the pound for torque for annual.
Okay, so carriage house in the
Uh,
back.
Yeah, small house in the front, was insignificant in the model, it's really cute, and then carriage house in the rear, neat property downtown, 7,000 acre lot. It's an R2M lot with multifamily potential lot. So the lot given downtown where it is, and you could put a sixplex, I think, on, I think it pencils out to up to a sixplex on this property. So the income potential on the lot, alone drives the price on the property a little bit. Why are we talking about price?
The price is good.
Okay.
No, like, we're good. Keep
Yeah,
going.
So these are some of the factors. So selling price, you go over selling price?
Sure, let's talk about selling price. And let's talk about how this whole, and let's talk about the shenanigans.
Everybody's gonna know about this.
It's okay.
I know.
We're good people.
I'm
You're
like,
good people, we're good people.
I'm just opening the door in my heart in this.
I know for me to like chomp on a little bit.
I'm gonna, like, after this stuff's done, you will not hear anything about what I do anymore. You and I will talk, but I will like.
You know what, you say that's true, but it's not, because
Wow.
we all sit around, it's a misery fest when
I'm
you're
gonna
going through
try
it, but
really
the horror
hard.
stories are awesome.
Well, this is kind of a misery fest, but it's like, what am I was handed this flaming turd.
Okay. You know, here's the other really good, the good thing I like about this for you, Phil, is that you didn't set the turd on fire.
I know.
That's the good
I
thing.
was handed
We had
this,
another
yes.
licensee who really jacked us up. Okay, and by the way, I want to talk to you today a little bit about something called client control. And old school licensees like me, we grew up hearing words like client control. I don't like that. I mean, that makes it, we're in a fiduciary relationship with people. They're the boss of me, I'm not the boss of them. But you will hear some people talk about keep your clients under control, or you need to start exercising a little bit more client control. And I want to talk about what that means literally. And you have to be careful, okay, because that can get very touchy. Okay, but keep going. So let's keep going on this particular one.
Anyway, so just the backstory on the property. Clients wanted me to list the house. I left town for vacation for a couple of weeks, come back, and there was a signed offer on the property before it went to MLS. So my client decided to sell it to her tenant who was there, and her tenant had an agent, and my client, I don't know how the hell it happened, but basically my client signed the purchase and sale agreement, even though we had an exclusive right to sell agreement. I was her agent, so I should have been informed of anything that's happened. So I come home, there was a executed deal, signed contract, open title, date set, it was moving forward, price negotiated, terms, everything, right? So, great, right? Just hand me money, sure.
Yeah, like I didn't have to do a damn thing except go on vacation, looky there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so then anyway, so I called the agent, she's like, wait, you have an exclusive right to sell? No, that Shauna didn't say anything, my client didn't say anything about that she had any representation. I was like, well, not only do I have one house I'm selling for her, I have two houses I'm selling, so.
Yeah, and by the way,
Anyway.
here's another thing
So
that
I'm sure it came up one way or another.
I always vet. Are you guys ready? So, and I mean this with sincerity, okay, because this is a conversation I had to have with the broker on the other side. Number one, this woman is very well educated. Okay, so she's college educated. She's a principal in the Anchorage School District. So she's educated.
Mhm.
And secondly, and I mean this with all due respect, English is not her second language. What am I trying to tell you? She understands what she's doing. So I'm okay. Sometimes people who really are innocent and don't know, they really don't know. Also, if English is not their first language, it's sometimes real estate terms are very difficult. But when somebody is highly educated, not just a little educated, highly educated, English is their first language, let's not delude ourselves into what's going on, shall we?
Take a different tack.
Yeah, come on, like FYI, let's not, I'm all about giving you guys the benefit of the doubt that you will conduct yourselves as professionals and you will act ethically. I'm all about believing that, but I'm also not so gullible as to believe that sometimes people step out of their lane and do some things that are kind of what I like to call, thank you, Bubby, shiesty. How do you like that word? Do you perceive that this licensee acted in what I might consider to be a shiesty manner, Mr. Barnes?
Well, I don't trust after this, I don't really trust my client. I don't trust this agent.
Gotcha, okay.
Well, because, yeah, I mean, this is really, and I've said this to you before, my
Sure.
client, she is the person who makes things happen. She's used to making things happen. I'll talk to you guys later. Sorry.
Oh, I thought it was us guys, I was like,
Oh, no, no.
Yeah.
what?
Typical wait.
Okay.
Anyway, no, I had a great day yesterday.
Oh, I thought-
Advertising I bought, I found out that I bought, was supposed to be exclusive to me, ends up with like 10 other real estate agents, and I wasn't even on it. Like,
Oh.
come on.
You're like, wait a sec, what does exclusive mean? Wait a minute,
Exactly,
what does exclusive mean?
exclusive. Oh, no, it's your agency. It's like, well, I don't, it's like the way this really works, it's like,
Right,
love you guys, but,
can I have my money
pay my own
back?
bills. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's keep going.
Anyway, so yeah, in this case, it was like, my client just figured she could go forward with this, and then when I came returned, then it would be okay.
And then we just kind of figure it out, and you're
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
that wasn't really a listing.
No.
So, and here, let me tell you what a seller kind of thought. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna bet, and I have been this seller, so I'm going to give her a break. When I listed, I was in 2009, when I sold, I had a house that was built also in the 40s. When I sold my Love Shack in Spinard, I was a real estate licensee, and I hired another real estate licensee to sell my home. Anybody know why I would do that? Arm's length transaction. I was clearly too emotionally involved with the house, and I clearly was not interacting well with other licensees, and I needed to check myself before I let you go. Okay. Next item is that I needed to have, as a manager at a real estate company, I really, really wanted to have a little bit of more stainless steel across my butt. You may know why I might want to do that. Because if anybody's going to get sued, who's going to get sued? If anybody would be challenged that maybe they didn't do something correctly, or they didn't disclose correctly, or something like that, I was going to be your girl. So when I found out there was an offer coming from another licensee, and remember, I have a listing agent. Everybody got that? I have a listing agent. Okay, I demanded to have the offer presented to me without the listing licensee present. Is that good? No. Would I allow you to do that? Would I allow you to do that with another client? No. Okay, so I was my own worst enemy. So anyway, moving forward, I have a little bit of sympathy for the seller, because when sellers hear they're getting an offer, they want to see the offer, and they don't really care about you. They just want to see the offer. So go ahead.
It's their house.
Yeah,
So
they
this
want to
is-
sell. They want to sell their money.
So,
Money.
whatever. So one thing I didn't do, just as an aside, one thing I wasn't super clear about, maybe I was, maybe I should have made more of this an issue of it, but warning to everybody, it's like, if a realtor calls you, you tell your client, like, I'm your single point of contact.
Correct.
All activity flows through me, and I am your agent.
And correct. And here's something else you have to warn people, because there are licensees out there, you guys, who will knock on people's doors. They want to see the property. They'll knock on doors. Okay, so that's a problem. So long story short, the other thing I think this will, and I'm gonna wrap her out just a little bit, if you don't mind. I think she really thought that
Parties are culpable.
yeah, right. I really think she thought that Phil would come back, and because there were 2 listings, that he would just like say, yeah, no problem. You sell that one to them by yourself, and we'll just work on the other listing. Now, here's what I have to warn you about when it comes to this. What do you already know?
But wait, one little thing about that.
Yeah,
So she was talking to her tenant, and their tenant said, oh, I want to buy it.
sure.
Like, once she said, oh, we're selling it, it's
Oh,
not for
gotcha.
sale, her tenant said, oh, I'm interested in buying it, because she said she wanted to buy the property for years.
Sure.
So Shauna didn't really get around to having that conversation until after she signed the listing agreement with me.
Right.
So, she
And
says,
at the
okay.
listing agreement, she also should have told you so that you could have gone to the tenant. And by the way, guys, one of the questions you should put in your listing presentation, is there anyone you know that wants to buy this house?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, FYI, anyone you know who might be interested in purchasing this property? So wouldn't that have been awesome if you could have double-ended this property?
Yeah, well, we could have, yeah, it would have been
Smooth sailing.
huge, right.
Smooth sailing.
But anyway, so then then, and this is where it went off the rails. So then her tenant shows up with this agent which is not what my client was thinking was gonna
I
happen.
absolutely agree.
And then-
That's, she thought.
And then that agent then moved forward with the arrangements. Despite, and I can't believe for a moment that this agent didn't suspect that there was some sort of arrangement already. That she didn't step back, so she made an ethical. I mean, I don't know for sure, but my feeling is that she made this ethical massive misstep. She didn't sign an AREC. I asked her, "Do you have the AREC?" Never signed
Yeah,
an AREC.
FYI, if you
This
present an
person
offer
has been in business for a long time.
for a long time, if you present an offer to a seller and you don't have an AREC offering them specific assistance, you and I are gonna have big problems. That is a licensing and an ethical violation.
So this person's already up to that.
Right.
Anyway, so that's how the whole thing kicked off. I come back and then I had to prove basically I was the listing licensee, which she was like, what, where, what, who are you?
Who are you?
Yes.
Where'd you come from? Yeah, we have an
Can
actual
you-
listing.
Can you please send your exclusive right to sell contract? We'd like to see it, which Teresa says this is none of your business because
No,
it discloses the terms of
Yeah,
commission.
And by
et
the
cetera.
way, I would say
Yeah.
the same thing. Sending another licensee your listing contract, it's none of their business. Same thing with like when I tell somebody that we're in a multiple offer situation, just by the mere fact that I'm licensed and I'm a realtor. Realtor is another key component. You have the right to believe that what I'm telling you is true, and I better not be lying. Okay. However, I'm not so naive to hear out there. I hear this all the time. When I call on properties, I hear people, well, I hear we're getting an offer, or we might have an offer. And then my next question is, then why isn't it presented and why is it still open on the market? If you got an offer, why are we in contract? Why isn't this pending or contingent? So whenever somebody says, oh, well, we haven't received it yet, or it's, that sometimes you'll get somebody going, whoa, 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 whoa. The other thing I'm here to tell you is, and our company is very firmly based in this, do not tell people you have an offer unless you have a period.
Right.
You do not lie about the condition of the property. You are not, believe it or not, you can actually scare offers away. Okay, because there's a lot of buyers out there that have been burned in multiple offer situations. It's not unusual to hear that you're getting 4 offers coming in and at the end of the day get 0. Because buyers will be like, well, I don't want to get, anybody in here want to overbid a property and run the value up?
Not in this market.
Not in this market, guys. So be careful about that. Now, it is okay to disclose. I have a licensee at Keller Williams who has let me know that at 4 o'clock today that I will be receiving an offer. That's a completely different conversation if it's actually a fact that you've been told that you're going to be receiving an offer. But if you haven't had this experience yet, you might. I've actually sat at tables with Stephanie and her husband ready to write on a property. I've already called the listing licensee. I'm getting ready to write, and at the table, they either choose not to write the offer or write on a different house. Believe it or not, they choose not to write the offer or write on a completely different property. At the table, they talk themselves out of it. And then I've told another listing licensee that I'm about to write an offer. So I never, big N, never tell another licensee that an offer is coming in until it is done and I'm ready to present it. Okay? The reason being is I don't want to get somebody all jacked up and excited, and then at the end of the day I have to call them up and say, well, they decided they didn't. Those are terrible conversations. And you as listing licensees, that's devastating because most of you will call the seller and tell them, well, I hear we're getting an offer in. Another call, never make. Use my terrible experiences over the years. Never call a seller and tell them you're getting an offer in unless it is in your hand. Because you could be sitting there, you get them all excited, and then it doesn't come. Then you don't look very professional. They're very upset. That's not a really great place to be with your client. Okay, so keep going.
Anyway, yeah, so my client accepted this offer, which is basically the buyer is a marginal buyer. They don't have enough cash for the down. They're doing an FHA loan. Property is complicated.
Yes. And again,
So-
hindsight
so the
being
property-
2020.
Property type?
Yep.
And buyer's,
Yep.
Financial condition?
Yep.
Does not make for a particularly strong buyer.
Or smooth sailing. So here's why we want to, remember we were talking yesterday about how you marry buyers with properties. Having a buyer who's cash strapped, wanting to buy, especially a multi, because people who want multis, guys, want to go FHA or VA, period. Because if they go conventional, they're putting 20% down. That is a lot of money. Okay, so if you're talking a $300,000 property, you might have to have $60,000 in cash just for the down payment. Okay, that's a lot of money. Okay, so most people are going to want to go 3.5% down or 0 down with a VA. Now, if I were here to tell you, if I had a veteran buyer right now, what would I be telling them to buy all day long and twice on Sunday? 4 plexes. I would tell them to get a 6-plex if they could put their hands on it, or an 8-plex if they could get their hands on it with their VA eligibility. Why would I tell them to do that? No down payment. Okay, no down payment. So when I talk to veterans, I often talk to them about, have you ever considered a multi? Because you know, with your 0 down payment, you're in a very unique situation to purchase a multi-family property, which you might not be in a different area.
That's a conversation I'm trying to have.
Right now?
Yeah. Trying to get that started.
Because it's also very difficult, but by the way, VA, it's very difficult. A lot of times a veteran says, no, my family and I, we want to get a house, then we might want to go get a 4-plex. And I kind of tell them, like, you know, it's a little bit like financing a car first and then getting a house. When you finance a car first, it really affects your ability to finance another property. However, if you finance the house first, you can totally go get a car, okay, no problem. So if you would also think about, you know, Mr. Buyer, maybe you want to get this 4-plex and then go get the single family house, because to the VA that makes sense. If you are an owner occupant and you're living in a 4-plex and then you and your family want to go move into a single family house, that makes perfect sense to them. If you're living in a single family house and you want to go buy a 4-plex and be an owner occupant, VA says, are you high? That's not likely that you're going to do that. I'm probably not going to move my beautiful family from a lovely home in Eagle River and go buy a 4-plex in Mountain View and move them in to be owner occupants. Does that make sense to you? VA is very logical. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, so the terms of this deal are kind of wonky. They offered $459, but $9,000 of it was going to be essentially closing costs. My seller agreed to $9,000 in closing
It's
costs.
actually a little bit different. It's $9,000 in the buyer's fee and it's $11,000 in closing costs. 11 grand in closing costs, 9,000, 2% in her fee.
So I guess 2% comes out of it. Yeah. So right. So yeah. So it doesn't really end up being a great deal. So that's almost $20,000
Right there,
off the top.
of proceeds.
Proceeds.
Yep. So then they went and they did a home inspection. Okay, did we mention the property was built in 1942? Did we mention that?
No.
Okay, property built in 1942. What do we find in an old property?
Alex.
Exactly. Alex in the window. Start crying hysterically right now. Okay, what'd you find?
Well, they found cracks in the foundation.
They found cracks in the foundation. What?
And my seller, since she doesn't live there, she filled out the disclosure. She didn't really think about the cracks in the foundation. Like cracks in the wall, like everybody has cracks in the wall, right?
Okay, I want to stop right there because this is a super important point, okay? And I want you guys to probably take a few notes on this so that you can go back and think about this. When a seller does not actually own a property, okay?
Or be a seller.
You mean live in it.
What did I say?
So
Pardon me. How about I back my truck up for a second? How about when a seller does not actually live in a property as an owner occupant? Okay, they're making the disclosure statement based on their best recollection. Would you all agree to that? What are some ways that they might be able to refresh their recollection?
Go out to the property.
Of the history?
Well, they don't have access to the MLS, right?
Find the old inspection.
Maybe find an old inspection, maybe look at the disclosure statement when they purchased it. Maybe look at any of the documents. By the way, when you own a rental property, you also have a tax statement that you have to prepare every single year. You need to go back and look at what you fixed the previous years you've owned it, right? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Okay,
Anyway, so
so they built out the disclosure statement.
filled out the disclosure statement, didn't mention cracks in the wall, didn't check the foundation discrepancy
Correct.
box, you know.
So the home inspector
Efficiency.
took a look at it and was like, hey, we're
Yeah.
monkeys and we'd like to monkey around. There's a problem. And now they're getting a little bit excited thinking that the seller didn't actually disclose.
No,
What am I-
the inspector said, these are the biggest cracks I've ever seen during the time I've done my inspection. I mean, it was, you know,
It blew it way up.
since I've started inspecting homes 10 years ago. What's that? It's homes of, what is it? I can dig it up. Well, I'll find out. Get my computer out. But yeah, no, the guy was like very sort of alarmist, you know. Which is, anyway, he wanted to get a secondary inspection. I did that. And the secondary inspection, the guy's like, it is what it is. You know, like these cracks could have formed during the earthquake. They could have formed last week. It is what it is. This wall could cave in eventually. The wall slightly goes like this where the crack is.
There's
You
a
know,
wall.
there's these longitudinal cracks, which you said are actually poor. Those were not cracks at all. Those are like one batch of concrete comes in and they pour it and they tamp it down, and then the truck comes later on. But the first layer is already set up, and then they didn't vibrate it well enough when they put the second load of concrete into the forms, and so it didn't really consolidate the way it was supposed to. And
Because
so
remember,
anyway,
what are they vibrating in 1942? What do you think? What are they using?
yeah, nothing.
Yeah, they're probably using physical labor. Okay, go ahead.
Exactly. So anyway, so there's a lot of large aggregate on the wall and this pattern that goes on the middle of the wall, and that's all it is. But that was one of the things that the inspector was alarmed about.
He was like,
'Cause
"Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my God!"
can we get some adults in here?
Well,
So that guy is disqualified. What's his name?
yeah, right,
Exactly. But anyway, the guy said the foundation, the structural guy has a lot of experience and is the real deal. It's like, you know, look, it's like this wall's probably not going to come in. Maybe if we have a big shake, then, you know, anyway. So now we've received repair amendments, and I think the other major side of this whole story, and it's really not that big a deal. There's a lot of drama with this, frankly. But really, the other side of this is that the agent on the other side has been poking every little like thing possible. So she said to me, like, I never got on an MLS. They just sent an offer and it was received, and I never got on an MLS. So the upstairs, I have an egress issue upstairs. It's marketed as a 3, or that's what we were talking about. It used to be a 3, and in the tax records, which is what I got, it says 3. But they took out one of the downstairs bedrooms when remodeled, and then they use effectively the upstairs as a 2-bedroom with 1 bedroom down. But it's really only 2 bedrooms. There's 1 up, 1 down. But she's like, well, so now we have. So this is the unit. We have a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom. I guess it's 2.5 bath because you have a carriage house. You know, duplex for $459. We're worried that it's going to appraise. This is what she said to me yesterday. Do you think the seller would entertain lowering the price? I'm like, what? You made the offer.
No, but what we would entertain
Yeah.
is getting a better qualified buyer.
Yeah. Well,
So what do you say? What do you say in that circumstance?
I just said, no. You made the offer on the place. Your client made the offer on the place before it was ever on MLS. Before I ever got a chance to vet any of the property information. Before you ever even got to set foot in the place. It is not my problem. If you want to go ahead, we'll go. And she's afraid that it's not going to appraise. And I said, let's go through appraisal. Maybe it falls out. If that's the case, I can't control it. But I didn't start any of this. So that's what I said to her. I mean, she's asked me to ask my client to lower the price because there's not enough bedrooms. Like, hello, your tenants live there.
Right.
I mean, your buyers, they live in the carriage house, but they know the landscape of the whole place, They bought it. They thought it was a good price. They see it all the time. It's not my issue. So anyway, and then the agent's also been, I'm sorry to take all the time with this, I guess it's educational. You know, she was belittling my client a bit, saying, oh, the sellers are losing confidence in or the buyers are losing confidence in the seller because Shauna, because of all these disclosure discrepancies. The agent is blowing, like taking this foundation crack issue, and then the fact that she said the boiler was a year younger than it actually is, and misunderstood that the hot water heater wasn't replaced when the boiler was replaced, and thought it was the same age.
Sure.
And so took these two discrepancies and made it sound like the disclosure was wildly inaccurate, and that, you know, there was all these egress problems and they should have been disclosed, and it was like making all this hay over like.
Well, and here's and what as you as a professional, what kinds of things do you say in this situation? You say, I'm sorry. Here's the thing. The disclosure statement was filled out by the seller to the best of their ability. FYI, what does the disclosure statement say, guys? It says the seller is filling this out to the best of their ability. They do not have to have a home inspection done, okay? And because it's a rental property, this seller happens to be filling this out based on memory. And remember, information is deemed reliable, but is not guaranteed.
And this is after the inspection already happened, so now the inspection identifies all these things and it becomes part of the disclosure record. And so, like, we're not trying to hide anything. We let you in, you saw it, now you have the record of it.
Right, and oh, by the way, don't go back and get all excited because a home inspection found things that we now need to look at. That's the purpose of a home inspection. FYI, what's the purpose of a home inspection?
Find out what's wrong with the building.
To find out what is going on with this property. So the home inspection, why home inspections are so important, guys, is this is kind of a classic case of why home inspections are so important. Why you want to insist that your buyers get home inspections. Because now this buyer is going, well, oh my gosh, there's disclosure. No, if the seller lived there and was actually trying to put one over on someone, that's a different story. This is a non-occupant of this property. Does that make sense? So we have to be a little bit more careful with a non-occupant because they can't walk to the boiler room and read off what's on the heating system. Does that make sense? Because they're not there to do so. Now, of course, lesson to be learned about a seller filling out a disclosure statement when it's a non-owner occupied property. What do you want to, now that he's had this issue, we can all benefit from this. What's the issue? Why don't we verify this information? How do you verify? How does a seller who doesn't live in a property verify? Yeah, make an appointment with your tenants to go and take a look. Wouldn't that be smart?
Well, in this case, since, you know, like, I mean, if the situation where somebody's trying to sell a multifamily property and they don't live in it, you need to, as a licensee, need to make an appointment because you probably won't have been in it either. It'll probably be your first visit also.
Occasionally there's a vacant unit that you might get into, guys, but sometimes there's not because the seller can't afford to have a unit vacant. They have to make their payments, right? They have to cover the expense of the property. So they may or may not be able to afford to have the property vacant. Oftentimes they cannot. Okay.
And I think for me the biggest, and actually there's one other little thing too. So at some point I was trying to get an as-built. No, an as-built. Where they said they had an as-built from after it was a survey that had been done on the property after they built the carriage house. So I wanted to copy that because we needed to provide that as part of the contract. And when they gave that to me, they gave me this big stack of documents for the house, and it had the old inspection in it. And this became a disclosure wrinkle for me. Like, I can't unsee this inspection because I just had to read whatever's in front of me. And I was like, oh, let's find out if this this is after we received the inspection report. Mm-hmm. And I started digging through it, and lo and behold, the previous inspector had noted the cracks, and that they were fairly serious cracks. But you know, it was the same thing. Like, we don't know how long. Right. You know. So they've been there. We don't know how serious they really are. You know, this is an older home. Mm-hmm. A lot of them have this. You know. And since I'd seen this,
Yep,
I had to bring this to the attention of Teresa.
okay, and then here's what I'm gonna tell you about this, okay? We are not home inspectors, we are not detectives, and we're not property detectives. One of the things I need you to actually think long and hard about as far as risk management. Phil just said something that's very important. I can't unsee something, okay? It is not your obligation, nor should you be putting yourself or your client at risk by doing diligence on properties. You have to do enough diligence on properties to list them. You have to provide enough disclosure to meet the statute, okay? But, and let me, we were talking yesterday about the house on O'Malley, right? So my mom and dad built that house. So my poor mother is sitting there and she's going through the records on her house that she's owned for 50 years. And she's saying, well, Teresa, we changed the toilet in 1982. I'm like, okay, is that relevant to the new buyer?
No.
No, it's not. I mean, so how much disclosure do you do? Do you see what I mean? You need to be careful. Disclosure needs to be what I call relevant. Changing out a fixture in 1982 is probably not relevant. Changing out a fixture in the last five years, that's probably relevant. Do you see what I'm saying?
You primarily focus on 5 to 10 years.
I would tell you major structural things that have 20-year lifespans. I think that's really good. Or if for example, if the house was built in the 50s and it still has the same heating system, obviously we're going to disclose that. But at what point if you painted a house 20 times or if you painted a room 20 times, does the previous 19 interior paint jobs make a difference? Do you see what I'm saying? So you have to put some kind of relevance to it. Okay, but once you find something out, you can't unsee it. Okay, which is also why we spend a lot of time on the history, and you want to think about the history as well on MLS, because oftentimes you will notice, you guys, that we keep documents on the MLS, right? Did anybody notice how we had previous documents on the listing service? So what does that mean? What happens if you see, you guys, a previous home inspection? It hasn't been. So you might want to consider, yes, we load things on Flex, but sometimes you need to go and take them down. Okay, you might want to go take it, because could you be held liable? Think about this. Could you be held liable because there's a previous home inspection loaded on Flex and you didn't show it to your client? Is that something so your buyer could have absolutely no access to it? They don't get on this side of Flex. And you all understand it's a $10,000 fine to give out your login information on Flex to a client. Do you all get that? I mean, big fat kick you out of the MLS, that would be a bad day, okay? So with that, what am I trying to tell you? You want to see why some of us spend a little bit of time looking at the history, okay? Because I'm looking to see, is there anything there that I need to disclose? Is there anything there that's different? What's been loaded, right? Because you have an opportunity. Oh, and remember, here's something else. If I have a previous appraisal uploaded on Flex, who else gets a chance to look at that? Remember who else has access to Flex? Appraisers. Appraisers. So if you have documents uploaded on Flex, guess who else has access to it? Okay, and for certain circumstances, you do not want a home inspection uploaded to Flex. Just FYI, okay? So yeah, be careful with disclosure. When sellers give you big information dumps, you need to say what to them? I need you to fill out the disclosure statement. I need you to fill it out to the best of your ability. You're welcome to ask me questions. I'll absolutely answer your questions. You are allowed to do that. You are not allowed to fill out disclosure statements, and I do not care if they don't speak English. What do they need to go do? Go get a translator. Okay? You cannot fill out disclosure statements. Period. Period. That is a big fat no-no. Okay? You can answer questions. That's absolutely legit. Okay? But when previous documents are uploaded online, and you have access to them and your client doesn't, who's responsible for that? And is it something that might be of interest to them? I don't know. Previous disclosure statements, previous as-built surveys, really pay attention to those guys. But long story short, be careful about receiving information, not because we don't want to be good practitioners, but because all of a sudden we might open up a hornet's nest. Okay, now we're in a responsibility to disclose information. Okay, so the other thing was that there was on a previous disclosure statement, there was a buried fuel tank. That was the other big fat, very scary one that we found out that had been mediated.
Yeah, and it wasn't buried, it was above ground.
Pardon me.
Because it was, and that was the good of having the
Yep.
previous inspection, because they noted that it was above ground in the current inspection. The inspector said there may have been, or may still be a buried fuel tank on the property.
And of course,
And when I
that
talked
gets
to my-
everybody all jacked up,
Yeah, and
right?
that's a problem. And when I talked to my seller, they're like, oh, no, we got rid of that. Like, do you have any documentation of that? Oh, it's part of the deal. Like, oh, okay. You know, but fortunately, the previous inspection said it was an above ground tank. And so since above ground was not there anymore, it's like, what do you think, we buried it on the property? No, it's not. So,
So look here under documents, guys. So here's that current listing. Here's all the documents, as-built property disclosure, plat, search plat, certificate of occupancy, and window hinges, right? Then go over to the history. Okay. And then look at these documents. There's different documents. I happen to know. Property disclosure, water rights, conflict of interest, levies, paint affiliated business, bill of sale, survey and proposed, and 2015 tax valuation. Okay, we're professionals. We have different documents loaded on the MLS. Okay, because once the property was replatted and resurveyed, some of these documents became obsolete. Does that make sense to you? Okay, but long story short, I can just show you right here that there's previous documents on this listing.
And those don't come off, they're there all the time? or-
You can take, as a
can take
listing licensee, you can take them down, but for people who are in the disclosure business, I'm not taking them down. Because I'm not having anybody say that we failed to disclose. They have the opportunity to look at the history, which is why you might want to check history. And you want to look at documents. Okay? And this is just an example of what you might find. There might be additional things that you might find. So now we have and they needed extra time to get the home inspection because they called and said, now we want to have an engineer come and inspect the cracks. So what did the engineer have to say?
well, it is what they are.
It is what it is.
Like, I mean, it's an old house. It's been through the earthquake.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, so now what are they asking to have fixed? How many more dollars? One of the things that you have to start doing when you receive repair requests,
Yeah.
and by the way, when you're working for a buyer, you need to start being able to add dollars to requests. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a contractor in the room who has a contractor's license, right? Okay, so maybe you might be able to help us out with what things cost.
What things cost?
Yep. Okay, so tell
I
me.
gotta let you know though, that window, that English window, is not $1,500.
More.
I remember these because yesterday when we were over here, I remember Pat said something about a window being around $1,500. That is just an average window. It's not an English window.
Okay.
Well, you can get windows for all different kinds of costs, so it kind of depends. But let's go. What are they asking for? So the film on the
Yeah, the film, licensed contractor installed windows in the back there. The lower back house, and upper front bedroom, just the egress windows.
so egress windows. What do you think egress windows could set you back?
500 window.
I would tell you that it depends. Egress windows could be different, and I'll tell you why. If the rough opening,
Yeah.
that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
If you have to change the rough opening, it's not the cost of the window and the replacement of the window. It's the cost of reframing, digging out, cutting a hole, and FYI, there's windows that are.
Yeah, below ground egress, digging out, all the associated costs.
French
yeah,
drain,
sure,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah,
yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah, right?
Yeah.
So FYI, it's just not the cost of the thing. It's the cost of the labor, okay? And it's any ancillary costs that you might not be thinking about. By the way, some windows are too low. Has anybody run into those in old houses?
The problem with Phil's window particularly, they went over there, I remember, I looked at it, it was about 5 feet high. These windows, Egress windows have a maximum height of 44 inches. So that has to be lower down, so it has to be
So you're
cut
gonna have to
down.
come down in the block.
And it was really wide. It was probably about 5 feet wide or 6 feet wide, right? Remember? It's like a 24 by.
Are you thinking about
60.
Jeremy Circle? Because we're talking about a different property.
Sorry about different problem.
Oh, I'm talking
We're-
about
that's-
the one you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're on a different one.
The
Same
metal.
issue, different property, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Anyway, so AFCIs in the bedroom,
GFCIs maybe?
well, they say AFCI. which
Okay,
is-
what's a GFCI? Anybody know what it is?
Kind of
No, it is not a surge protector.
Ground fault
Kind of
circuit in
out
there.
like the water on your electrical, it turns all the electricity out.
It's a ground circuit fault.
Ground fault circuit.
Yeah, yep, interrupter, there you go. And its job is, you are correct, if water touches it, it's gonna pop the circuit. Okay? But it's not a surge protector, that's a different
And it
device.
used to be, they would have, like in the kitchen, they would have one at the upstream location.
Yep, you
and
can do
then-
that.
And then, but now, actually, so my previous tenant, he was a journeyman electrician, he's like, they want on every one now, because,
That's what they prefer, but if you can get it at the head of a circuit, you also have the opportunity, guys, the other
Yeah.
thing you need to do is you need to look at panels. Because if I put a GFCI, what are the things in the panels?
Breaker box.
Breaker, if I put a GFCI breaker in the panel, that will work.
yeah, I guess it, yeah, I mean, I don't know how this goes, whatever. Anyway, so, yeah, so, and I don't know what the AFCI is, I don't know what that is.
That's a typo.
Oh, no, it says AFCI protection for the lower back house bedroom in the electrical panel. Well, actually, so yeah, Ronna wrote this, so I should remember.
Right.
Say it.
Remember who we're dealing with. Remember who
She
we're
probably
dealing with.
was,
these.
yeah, right, exactly.
Little glass of wine, little box of wine. Go ahead. Little motor bag. Okay, keep going. I know, keep going.
Sorry.
What do we got?
So install in a handrail on the deck outside, which is typical. Have licensed contractor inspect the entire garage, firewall and ceiling, and seal all openings with proper fire caulking material. So there's some openings in the garage. Which I still haven't been to the garage. I
So probably need to see those.
need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
see that. I need
Yeah.
to get in there, and it'll be this weekend. Have a licensed electrician address the following: install the bonding wire at the plumbing, which is reasonable. These are all health and safety items. Repair all exposed house wiring at the entrance, light fixture. I guess there's something exposed outside. Enclose open junction boxes in the house attic.
Because that's a fire problem.
There's an open junction box behind the washing machine in the basement. Ensure that all GFCI outlets in and outside the garage are functioning properly, and many multi-wire circuits were noted in the panel board. Install handle ties where this situation is present, and this is all straight out of the inspection
Correct.
language. You didn't make this up. Install missing outlet cover. Install smoke detectors, which is all health and safety for both buildings. Have a licensed plumber address the following: replace indoor use flex that is located on the exterior of both houses with proper material. I guess this is a code change item. Replace the front house kitchen accordion style drain with smooth walls and material. And this is other stuff this is straight out the inspection items that are, I don't know if that's code. It's sort of like,
It is. No, none of us will use the rigid pipe. We'll all go back to the flex. But the current code with your dryer is rigid pipe. But most of us can't we can't configure our dryers because of where the rough opening is for the pipe to go through. They ended up having to use flex. And all of us will go back, we'll do it for the home inspection, then guess what we'll go do? We'll change it back, so go ahead. Because it's just not some things aren't written in code, but they're just not practical in your home. Just like my favorite is when you get a home inspector, ask for an anti-tip device on a stove. Now, in theory, every one of us should be hearing about people dying of their stoves flipping on top of them. Okay, but you don't hear about that, do you? Now, yes, it's the Darwin Award. It's one in a million guys who goes and stands on their stove and flips it open. Okay, but FYI, it doesn't happen that often, but
Hang
all,
on the door, get something from.
or stands on the stove itself, which people do, or stands on the door. And I really hope the oven is hot when you're standing on the door, because you need the Darwin award, okay?
Talking about standing on the door and having it.
Correct, and having the stove itself flip over. If you haven't seen this, there are videos on YouTube that show it happening, and it's terrible. But long story short, how often does this happen?
So what does it do, break the legs?
It can do all kinds of stuff. Okay, Kim?
Supposed to look to the side.
Right,
now, or
right,
something.
right.
This way, yeah.
Or no tall people. Okay, anything else exciting and new?
Wow, yeah, it just goes through a lot of, so the previous items are all health and safety, and then there's all like some structural items, post and beam, like support,
Sure.
stuff like that. My seller's already said she's not paying for anything but health and safety, you know, they want it. But then the beautiful item on here is purchase price for $450. If this credit buyer accepts failed foundation and assumes the risk for future foundation collapse.
I got, an appraiser on a property.
Yep.
And he bring up something about a foundation.
Sure.
Oh my God, okay, 1954, we didn't have codes,
Correct.
and some of the areas were not even the Anchorage,
Zoning,
jurisdiction.
zoning.
Then, how do you really want that people to destroy the foundation, some new houses that survived the 1954 earthquake, and they say, oh, they may fall this year.
And by the way, most of the houses in Anchorage, if there's the same magnitude of earthquake, my house is on a particular type of dirt that my house will sink. Okay, so the idea that you're going to protect your house in the future. Okay, what you can look at is we had a pretty serious earthquake in January. Would you guys all agree?
And the
Yeah.
houses are there.
Okay, so I don't owe you the Barbie dream house. I want to be very clear about this. Sellers do not owe buyers the Barbie dream house. I'm not giving you a new car. I'm not giving you a brand newly constructed property. This is not a baby. This is an adult, right? So it's got some wear and tear on it. You do not have to give properties in pristine condition. And buyers have the right to either assume risk and liability or what?
Move on.
Move on.
But in this case, it's just a, oh my God. Okay,
No, I think you need to let it go. You're not gonna win that.
You never know, but I mean,
no, but he requests an engineer to go
Sure.
into the property to see why the wall was not straight. Hey, holy guy, I'm telling you, somebody from 1954 built this house.
yeah, it's built with pallets and 2x2s, trust me. No,
Oh.
no, I'm dead, no, I'm
And
dead
what do
serious.
you do with this type of people? Because this is just a refinancing. And
Right.
he wants all the.
But
engineers-
there's a reason why. I would need everyone to understand there's a reason why. Does anybody know why appraisers and now home inspectors are getting a lot more
They
our
got
lenders-
sued, they were not doing their job, they were giving
Yeah.
overprices.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
understand that, but how do you fight against that when you see they're really, okay, this was 2 points only on his appraiser was.
Sure.
One, bring out engineer, because I'm not an engineer and I want to evaluate the house, okay, I got him back that. Second one was door of the storage, that he didn't consider a detached garage, has peeling.
Healing paint. Yeah. But here's the deal. Eventually we have to work with what it is. It is what it is. Does everybody get that? You have to work within the system we're at. I don't know whether or not lending is actually going to get harder or easier. I don't know, but just imagine if it starts to get harder.
We're never still.
Yeah, we're gonna still sell, but I mean, it's just gonna get a lot rougher, and sellers are gonna have to do a lot more to their properties. So what you have to do is you have to work within the parameters that we have going right now. Does that make sense to everybody? So I would tell you, when it comes to the big fat ticket items, okay, what are the big fat ticket items?
Here.
Roof.
Roof, what else?
Furnace.
Foundation, furnace, those are always gonna, FYI, they're gonna always get called. They just really are. And I think we just need to like kind of deal with them. If you can deal with them on the front end, great. If you can't deal with it on the front end, then maybe this is a property you're not gonna refinance. So in reality, I mean, what's the worst thing that happens in this situation? The person doesn't get the better interest rate. That's the terrible, terrible, terrible thing, and I'm so sorry about that. But they still got financing on the property. You know, they're just not gonna be able to save themselves, you know, probably a significant amount of money per month. Got it. But what are you gonna do? Now, here's the more important thing, guys. More important thing is now they know. That's the more important thing. Now, in order to sell that property, you actually, at some point, you gotta figure out how you're gonna deal with that. And you may or may not be able to deal with it.
Another question that is not related to the house.
Okay.
The guy that is doing the appraisal, he has a realtor license, which I'm not.
An appraiser works for Jack White.
He has the license. He's not working the license, but he's realtor and he's got appraisal license.
Okay, that can happen.
So you can work on both of them?
There's several of them out there, FYI, as long as he doesn't have a financial interest in the property. Sure. Right, that's not a problem. Are you feeling I've got some kind of disclosure problem? Tell me what your issue is with that.
You might be biased.
Biased about what? Anybody who,
No, he's not getting into anything like that, I'm pretty sure, because it's just a refinancing.
and by the way, he has access to Flex anyway.
Yeah.
So appraisers have access to Flex.
And the thing, because they have access to Flex, if you give him all the comes, I sold 2 houses on that street,
Sure,
285 for the prices on that street.
sure.
The block behind, 290. All the houses are the same layout, the same condition, you know, when somebody builds.
Yep.
the same stuff. 285, 290, this one is a 265.
That's very interesting. Refinance appraisals actually normally come in much higher.
And why? Explain to me.
But remember, here's something very interesting about appraisers. Are you ready? It's opinion. If you don't like this guy, what can you do?
Get another one.
You can pay for
and
another
maybe,
appraisal.
Get the same, lower or higher, you take. the
Correct,
risk.
you're taking a risk. And FYI, this is always your risk, guys. This is always the right of the seller. I don't like the appraisal. What can I do? If you don't like it, vote with your checkbook. Yet another one.
Is that another
And something
$700?
Yes, it is.
They
But
will-
FYI, if you don't like it, if paying an additional $700 will get you another 30, I'm willing to do that. Do you see where I'm at?
Yes.
So if I think this guy is an idiot or incompetent, what am I gonna do? So, and the punishment has to fit the crime. I'm not gonna spend $700 to make 1,000, but
Right.
I might spend $700 to make 30.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So make the punishment fit the crime.
And another thing about him, what the mortgage company was looking at, this specific person, how much complaints he had. And what was the review on him. You know, you can choose the one that they gave you the first time.
You can make an objection, but you're gonna be, and by the way, when I was selling every day and twice on Sunday, I got to pick the reason why in the municipality of Anchorage, the reason why in Alaska, the seller typically pays for the appraisal. Let me tell you the backstory. Are you ready to hear the secret? The secret was that we used to pick the appraisers and we used to tell them what they were gonna come in on value. And literally, if I didn't like the value, I would call you up and I would say, change the value. And guess what they would do? They would do it because they were licensed appraisers, but because I got to pick them, if I worked well with someone. Now, obviously, can I tell you, I wasn't gonna be able to call Stephanie up and say, I need $80,000 more on this house. She wasn't willing to do that. But if I need $8,000 more on this house, she might be willing to do that. I would support value. Okay, if I could show her comps, I could support value, she could make a determination. Okay, because we used to be able to talk to appraisers, I used to be able to influence appraisers, I used to be able to pick appraisers, I used to be able to tell them what to come in at value. Okay, sellers, guess who controlled the appraisers? Listing licensees. Listing licensees controlled. So we had sellers pay for appraisals. Okay? So now that doesn't happen. So now you're seeing the switch, right? Okay. All right, so we're gonna come back in 10 minutes. I got really good stuff to go over with you, super good stuff.
Oh, that's good news.
I know, because the first hour was kind of crap, but the next 3 hours, they're awesome.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I told you I didn't want to talk about
I'm just kidding.
Well, I like the end, the price point. What are we gonna do? What's your seller gonna do?
Which one?
Price is what it is. They offered what they offered. I'm gonna give $10,000 back now because they're whining.
No, here's what I
Because
would
they're
say.
buying a house from 1942.
Yeah, I can't wait to get this on the market.
Yeah.
Just be like, oh,
I can't
oh my
either.
God, this is awesome. So he wants to terminate it then.
I don't know, maybe. No, I mean, I just,
No, this is what I would say to Rona. Oh my
Oh.
God, this is great. So this is actually going to be seen on the MLS. I've got so many people really interested in this property. So what you're telling me is he reduces the price by $9,000. So he really wants to terminate.
I don't,
Do you see selling Ninja?
yeah, I don't have the depth in this business yet to like come out like that.
Really? Oh, see, I mean, come on.
I know.
Oh my God, I'm
Right.
so excited. Thank you for this. I'm so excited to see this. So now you're trying to change the price. Awesome. That means that we get to get a new buyer then.
Well, no, I'll show it. So, I mean, no, seriously though, what do
Okay, you immediately need to send that over to
I?
Shannon,
Yeah.
okay? And say, let's talk about this.
And what do you, so I know how she is, so she doesn't want to pay for anything but health and safety, so all basically the structural defects, all these, so there's a whole line of stuff in here about the foundation blocking and stuff and self-proper vapor, okay, yeah, the vapor barrier, no, I'm not doing vapor barrier, it wasn't in there. Have a licensed contractor evaluate and repair the issue of the post to beam connection of the front house, there's all these things in the basement, like, it's
Yep.
not entirely anchored properly,
Mhm, correct.
whatever. It's been like that for a long time. It's been like that since the earthquake. You know,
Would be really hesitant to open up any walls for them, because when you open up the walls, aren't you responsible for making them right?
Oh, for sure, but this isn't actually opening up walls.
Okay.
This is down in the crawl space, kind of looking at the post to the beam.
Any of the items?
No.
Oh.
No, no, the only thing that would be opening up a wall, honestly, is to add those egress windows if the rough opening had to be changed. That's the really expensive part. So what do you think we're looking at on repairs? How many thousands of dollars do you think that is?
For what?
For everything that was not, let's just say everything on there, what do you think you're looking at if you were to do it without the price?
obviously, it's at least $5,000 in
I'm
work.
thinking at least $5,000 minimum. And that's, you could spend up to, depending if you have to change the rough opening, or if you have to do French drains, if you have to do anything weird, you could spend that equal amount of money.
Well,
for the
there's no
windows.
French drain issue here.
Oh, pardon me, sorry, I don't remember
Yeah.
getting the properties mixed.
Yeah.
But you could spend equally that amount of money in windows,
Yeah,
because it's not just the cost of the window. It's,
yeah.
it's all about,
yeah. Well, the garage window is, there's just not a swing. So
Yeah.
they just needed a window that
Right.
will make the swing, so it should be open.
Oh, and by the way, this is the other thing that I wanted to do. There is something that you guys need to know about, and it's on this document right here, so give me a sec. There's window hinges, so properties that are older.
You see, Teresa, you said that I eat a lot. No.
You ever have-
You
you ever get
skinny
fish
people can eat all you want,
No,
okay?
Scavenger?
some chicken, pork, I mean, whatever these guys make, Roberto and Jack links, but.
There
Does
is,
anyone-
oh, go ahead.
Does anyone package fish jerky yet?
Yeah.
Really? I haven't seen that, that's awesome.
Yeah, actually, I started buying fish jerky from Trader Joe's years ago. They've had
Trader
salmon jerky forever.
Joe's. Trader
But
Joe's.
I've only seen it here a few times. There's a couple companies that make it. I'm surprised that somebody doesn't really like
Yeah.
the hell out of fish
You're
jerky.
right, fish market in Alaska with
Yeah.
salmon jerky.
But I mean, they have, the
Smoked salmon.
squaw candy. We shouldn't call it squaw candy, but
No.
that's what they call it.
But everyone
Especially
knows what
on-
you mean.
It's really bad, but yeah, I know, exactly.
Oh, I love this. You might get this bad boy back on the market after all.
I might just lose both these listings. I might just say, well, we're just gonna lose them.
You might. You never know.
I think they're pushing back. I think that they know that it's going to be health and safety. I don't think they're expecting all, but I think that Rona is just aggressive. She's very aggressive.
Well, and obviously, the price may not have anything to do with Rona. The price may be what the guy can actually afford.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what you
And
say?
the price,
No,
the
here's what
price
you
might be
say.
right.
Well, so it's $459. Is it $459 is our price? Say, I'll absolutely reduce the price. We'll also reduce all the closing costs. Because what do you care?
You're right, exactly.
Say,
You go 459, then no closing costs.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we'll do that.
You know,
459, 450.
That's
No,
the thing, that's what makes us bold. It's like, we're already paying closing costs, now you want the 10,000?
no, you just say, what's more important to you? A price reduction, or does this buyer can't buy this property without getting closing costs? We already know this because we've spoken to the lender. So you just say, what's more important to you? The price or closing costs?
Yeah,
Because absolutely,
Well, the
we'll
buyer
sell it
can-
to you for $450 all day, 11, twice on Sunday, no closing costs.
the buyer, yeah, he won't be the buyer.
But
Tell
this-
his pot farmer.
But bottom line, this may not be the right property for this buyer.
I agree,
Do you see what I'm saying?
I agree.
And this is why why I
The
was,
sticky situation, this is probably everybody should know, the sticky situation is the seller really wants this buyer to have it.
yeah, well,
Not the guy actually buying it, his girlfriend. From what?
gotcha. But all you really need to start to think about is this may not be the, and this is the thing I say, this really probably isn't the right property for this guy. We need a conventional buyer.
Yeah.
Or we need somebody who has ready money.
Yeah, money.
Money.
Is that entertaining too, Marty?
I think so. Well,
Trying to find
you know what? It's good that you did that because when I showed the place yesterday, I got my guy to fill out an error, but I never even asked him if he had another friend, but anybody else he was working with. I just didn't even think about it. I was so happy to have him so easily sign it.
Oh, yeah.
So I was thinking in terms of when she's new, and she done, first time out, maybe she didn't know you're the other. She did.
She works, she is used to working with people.
So really, you're a genius to facilitate things that maybe I would keep it in my back of my mind. Okay, have I asked this? Like today, did I ask this? Did I ask this?
Marty,
They're all such good.
at best,
And I'm
I'm stumbling through
so
this
sorry.
blindly.
Yes, I'm so sorry that you're going through all these.
No, it's all great.
But you'll never forget, and you're gonna be so solid for it.
Ramsey and his
Hopefully.
best.
No, it's just a weird.
I mean, I've bought some houses, not personally, but I have for myself through a realtor. But even some of the things you're talking about, I've forgotten because it's been a while since I've done that, and been involved in the paperwork. And I pretty much was at the mercy of my realtor to be trusting him, what he was presenting me was thinking, right?
Oh, it's jalapeno.
Yeah.
So I want to show you this right here. You guys, when you have egress windows problems, you want to go talk to this company right here because they sometimes can solve your egress window problems, especially on older homes. They'll reinstall different hinges that expand the rough opening.
What is their name? I can't remember.
Houseworks,
Homeworks.
Construction.
We do our homework.
For $480, my mom saved probably $6,000 on changing windows. So it's a big deal
Oh, okay.
because they were able to change the hinges. And that might be the gig.
I need a card for them.
What's the deal with the hinges? Is it what?
It allowed
We'll
the rough
seal it.
opening to be wider that would net the egress code. Because this was a property that was built in 1972,
Okay,
so it was built to the code at the time. Now we have egress windows that have to be in every bedroom, but by changing the hinge, it allowed the swing to be big enough,
oh, 20 inches.
or whatever the swing was.
It's gotta be, I looked it up yesterday,
Yeah, so that saved having to go in and do all new windows.
so that you can get out.
Correct, and change, no, it's not so that you can get out, that's a big, huge misnomer.
Okay,
Egress windows are so that a fireman with a tank can get in,
okay.
not you and your family can get out, just so you know.
Get in with their Scott packs.
Yes, so FYI, this little piece of information right here can be vitally important to you guys with old houses.
So what's their phone number?
I don't have it on here, so
I'll
you're
look
gonna have
it
to
up.
look, you're gonna have to, I do not see it unless you guys see it too. Homeworks Construction, PO Box 220072, Anchorage, Alaska 99522, but you all have Google, so you're all gonna be able to tell me what it is. Okay, so thank you so much, super interesting. So what do we think? Is this transaction gonna move forward or not move forward? What do you think? People are saying no. I think it will move forward. And at any given moment, guys, you have a about 50% chance that your transaction will blow up at the closing table. So you got a 50% chance going once, going twice.
In this case, the buyer really wants the property. They already live there, they love it.
Yep, they really
They're
do,
opening a
but they
big
may not be
farm.
able to afford it. Okay,
Yeah, no, it may just implode
Okay.
on them.
You're-
And we won't have anything to do with it. Or be financing, it really
Correct.
will be appraisal. If it doesn't appraise, and that was one of the issue too, that the buyer's agent was trying to get out of me, that since it, did I already say this? Since it's really a 2-bedroom,
sure.
you know?
But
The
it's
front
not
house is really a 2-bedroom.
Do what?
But they sort of think of it as a 3-bedroom, and so they're thinking the price is too high. And I'm like,
Except what do we know about the tax value of this property?
the tax value is up there. I mean, yeah, the tax value times plus 10% is
Well within our threshold.
well within threshold. It's more like 470, so it's maybe a little bit of a good deal. So. We'll see. It's a FHA less than half,
Yeah.
but
You're very welcome.
yeah.
So a lot of you want to know, I want to kind of shift for a minute. A lot of you want to know systems. You want to know systems about how to keep
What you're not gonna get.
Okay, I want to talk to you, a little bit about systems. I think in order to set up any kind of system, you need to know what I call the dance steps of real estate.
This is,
Sign-in sheet?
this
Okay.
is awesome.
Right there. Okay, sorry. How about, let's talk about the dance steps, should we? There are some pretty, there's some licensees who have some very rigid view about who does what in a real estate transaction. Is that okay with you?
There's a very rigid view.
Rigid views. Listing licensees do certain things, buyer's licensees do other things. Okay, so one of these is typical real estate transaction from listing to close. Who is this for?
The listing.
Listing agents. Then I've got typical real estate transaction from contract to close. Who's this for?
For the buyer.
This is for the buyer's licensees. Okay, I'm a visual person. I like flow charts. Okay, these are not flow charts from Alaska. This is some lovely person who did a graphic. If you find a different graphic that you like, use that. This one I like, okay, because I think it's really helpful. So we've got more folks in here who have listings than we do who have buyers. Is that correct? I've got several listings in here. How many buyers do I have? Who's working with who has a buyer under contract right now? I have 3 buyers under contract. Who has listings? I think I have equal amount. Filling you have the listings. Okay, so who needs the most help? Both. Okay. So it's more logical for me, is everybody understanding? It's just more logical for me in my brain to start with a listing. Okay, because everything in real estate generates from a listing. Would that make sense to everybody? Okay, and why would everything in real estate generate from a listing?
Because you have to have a listing to buy it.
You have to have a listing to buy it, right? Okay, that's the product, okay, that we're selling. So, the idea when you go on the listing is you're going to go on an initial real estate consultant consultation. How about I read? How about I read English all the way? Okay. You're going to go on a real estate consultation. Okay, what is that? What do we also call that real estate consultation? What's another thing we call that? A listing appointment. We're going to go on a listing appointment. Now, several of you are going to make this super complicated. Okay, several of you are going to make it really easy. And it always depends on the who. Client. It always depends on the client. Obviously, if I'm going to list my mom's house, I'm just shoving documentations. I'm telling her to press 3 hard and making 3 copies and I'm walking out the door. If I'm going to a competitive listing where I'm going up against other licensees, either at my own company or somebody else, I'm going to probably do it a little bit differently. Would you all agree? Okay. Now, some of you and some licensees will tell you you have to do a 2-step listing presentation. Other ones will do 1. Okay. A 2-step listing presentation is where you go out, you do a preliminary CMA, you take a look at the property. Once you see the entire property, you go back and you fine-tune your CMA and you come back. There's only one small problem with that situation. You might be more accurate in your numbers. You might also lose the listing. Why?
They think it's worth more.
What's that?
They think it's worth more.
No, somebody else like me is going to come in. I'm going to have my computer with me. I'm going to do the listing presentation in front of them. I already have all the documents ready. I walked in with my sign in my lockbox. And I will say to them, well, I don't need to go back to my office to tell you how much this property is worth. Okay, so if you're going back to, if you have to have somebody go back to their office to figure out what this property is worth, and I can do it right here, maybe that tells you something about that licensee.
So a lot of times with these first initial listing appointments, they really just want someone to come in and hustle their butts and tell them what needs to be done.
Could be, absolutely. Some folks are going to use you.
So
Some folks are going to use you. What are they going to use you for?
Information.
Information. Some folks who want to do meet with you to go over a CMA just want to get a value on their property so they can go do what? They're for sale by owner. I'm walking in with my Jack White sign, and behind them is their for sale by owner sign. Is that okay?
Yeah,
This is America, guys. Free
because
market
you
economy.
could still get referrals out of it.
Not only that, it's absolutely okay.
Yeah, so I ran into something like that yesterday. I was after I went to work, and the neighbor happens to do work in it. What are you doing? And so anyway, so I go to her house. She's doing some fixing herself, and I'm like, oh, nice. What do you got? She's like, I want to sell.
And you're like,
And I'm
hey.
like, hey, I'm not fixing it. I must sell it. How about that? She's like, yeah, but I don't know. I really wanted to do it for sale by owner.
So, but you just heard something. You just heard me tell you something yesterday. When somebody says they want to do for sale by owner, what's the first word out of my mouth? Great. No, I say great. Because what do I already know?
They need help.
They need help. It's not going to sell. Very rarely, unless they're somehow connected to the real estate business, unless they know somebody in mortgage, unless they know somebody in title, unless they've got a best buddy who's in real estate, it's not going to sell. So I don't, when somebody says I'm going to for sale by owner, and I'm like, great, no worries.
The Kurt Nickerson guy, he said he's walking through the entire process every night.
Yeah, but he's a lawyer and he's a licensee and he lists properties on the MLS. That's a different gig. He's on the MLS. Those are not, I mean, I'm talking about me, Teresa, going and putting a for sale by owner sign in my front yard, having no real estate licensing involved whatsoever, and having a buyer come and buy my house. Different situation. Okay? So we're going to go to the initial real estate consultation. One of the couple things that you have to nail down, guys. Okay. First question I ask someone when I go to a listing appointment, okay, is when do you plan to move? When do you plan to move? Do you think that's a bold question? Do you think that's pushy?
No,
Okay, why do I need to know when they plan to move?
you know, they plan your marketing.
Well, I have to know if we have to be super aggressive on price. I have to know if they've got a long time to price. I gotta know if they're testing the market. And can I save you a really horrible, humiliating experience? Can I share with you? I had a neighbor, knew that I was a licensee, and three houses sold in our neighborhood. Called me up and said, Teresa, can you come down? Can you do a CMA on my house? I go, sure. And he said, well, we want to sell. Okay, I'm like, great. The only question I didn't ask him is, when do you want to move? This became a real issue when I got an offer on his property about 3 days later, and he goes, oh, thanks. Yeah, we're not going to accept the offer. I said, I'm sorry, this is a full price, no terms offer. You're not going to accept it? Oh, no, we just wanted to see if we could get an offer on the house.
What?
Yeah. They just wanted to see if they could get an offer on the house. And I said, okay, Steve, you dumbass, because I knew Steve and he was a dumbass. I said, you didn't need to, this is ridiculous. Okay, first of all, number one, you owe me a commission.
Yeah.
Right now. You owe me money.
Do you tell them that?
Oh, have you met me? Yeah, I tell them. Yeah, yeah, you owe me money right now. And second of all, I've got a buyer who's now heartbroken. Okay, that's a horrible situation. I have a colleague that I look like a jerk in front of. But my bad was I didn't actually ask him if he was planning on moving. He didn't believe, because the market has been coming up so quickly, he did not believe that houses in our neighborhood were really selling for that amount of money, even though I showed him compelling reasons that I had to close, that they really were selling. He actually wasn't planning on moving. May I land your plane for you? A really important question you should ask people is, when you're gonna move?
So what happened?
He ended up paying me a fee to cancel the listing. That's what ended up happening. But it was a bad, it's not funny. I'm not over it. It's a bad
Yeah, but why is it
experience.
his fault? I mean, you forget to ask the most important question.
Most people will not go to that, they will not actually list their property. They won't go to that extent.
Well, I thought that,
I mean, I heard you, but I don't agree with you. It's his fault. It's totally him.
so if
Little
you,
bit me, but totally him.
if you list your house for 300,000 and you get an offer, a full offer, I didn't know.
Sellers do not have to accept an offer.
They don't?
Do
I
not.
thought that if you got a full
No.
offer that it was done.
No,
If they do accept it, then they have to.
they have to sell it. If they do accept the offer, they have to sell it. Okay, did you get the part where he didn't accept the offer? He just said, thanks, I just wanted to know that I could get an offer.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, so I need to know when you want to move. That's a super important question. And if they tell you they don't want to move, guess what? They're serious. They might be trying to refinance their house. They might be trying to do an equity pullout. They might have other compelling reasons why they're trying to get a value on their property. Wouldn't you like to know so that you don't get all jacked up and excited and waste a whole bunch of your time?
But go ahead and do the CMA.
Yeah, but go ahead and do the CMA anyway, that's totally fine, okay? Where are they gonna relocate? Why do you wanna know where they're gonna relocate? Are there a couple really important questions? Where are they gonna relocate?
Well, you want to know if they're leaving the state because they're going to buy again.
Yep. Are you gonna do what we call a list sell? Those are my favorite. What's a list sell? That's a twofer. Anybody like twofers? Or BOGOs, buy one, get one? I love BOGOs.
I will get one for the fee.
Buy one, get one for a fee. Are you gonna move? There you go. Okay, a little bit my fault. Really, he's an asshat. It's totally his fault. Okay, relocating. Where are you going? We can receive a commission. This is really dumb. A lot of you don't do this. You're brand new. A lot of really seasoned licensees don't do this. This is stupidity of the highest order. If the client is gonna buy another property somewhere else, you can receive a referral fee of up to 25%. Typically, the referral fee is 25% of whatever they're gonna buy wherever they go. And if you don't ask the question, that's money that you just gave away to somebody else that could be in your pocket, you decide. Okay, so yes, ma'am.
So when you say, oh, I'm over to Georgia, you go, great, I know someone in Georgia.
Absolutely. You know what? We have this amazing girl. I have got to hook you up.
And then you go and buy it.
Correct. You guys don't even have to do that. You call Sally Goodrich on the phone. Guess what she does? She finds the person for you. She runs the entire transaction, and then she puts a check in your box. It's
Is there a
beautiful.
relocation fee?
No.
Sally Goodrich.
Okay,
Her
this
name
is called
is-
relocation. No, guys.
She works for Jack White.
She works for Jack White. She's our relocation director. You're gonna get a chance to meet her in boot camp.
We
Sally
need to split it with her too? We pay her?
Goodrich.
Okay.
No, you guys, relax, 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 relax.
Is it 25% of the commission or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
This is,
sometimes she can negotiate better for you. She can negotiate 30 and 40%. So why wouldn't you let her do that? FYI, super smart. There's so many licensees that leave so much money on the table, it's not funny. Where are you moving? Let me help you find someone. Okay? What are your financial goals? Okay, people have certain financial goals. What happens if they're taking the equity out of their property and they're going to decide to go buy 5 other properties? Would you like to help them do that? Maybe you need to ask a question. What are your financial goals? Maybe instead of going and buying a $1 million house in Providence Point, why would I maybe, now that I know the statistics, maybe caution somebody about not buying a $1 million house in Providence Point? Not that I'm saying you don't want to, it's your money, do whatever you want. But maybe I could say, maybe a better, smarter place for you to put your money is maybe it would be getting an 8-plex or a 6-plex or doing something like that that might be income generating. Just saying. Could that be a conversation I have? Well, you're a veteran. You're going to sell your house and you're going to go buy a bigger, nicer house. Have you ever thought, ... Have you ever thought, ... Okay? What are your financial goals? What do you want to do? You know, are you going to pull the equity? This is my most miserable conversation. I hate this conversation. Oh, you're going to pull the equity out of your house and you're going to pay off your credit cards. Wow. What do I think about that idea? Okay, here's what I think you ought to pull equity out of your house for. Ready? If you have a child who's dying, pull equity out of your house.
Investment will be a good choice.
Investment would be a great choice.
Buy another house without
Okay.
a down payment.
Yeah, if you have some kind of like serious financial issue with your family, maybe. Go on a vacation, go get some plastic surgery, go pay off credit cards, stupidity. Okay, so you're turning, are you ready? I'm turning a steak dinner that I ate at Cattle Company last night into a 30-year dinner. Okay, did you follow me down the road? I'm turning a dinner I had last night into a 30-year dinner. That is stupidity. Okay, did you notice I didn't say send the kids to college?
Why not? They can do their own.
Yeah, let them go themselves. Let them get good grades and get a scholarship like everybody else. Yes, ma'am.
When you are posing your questions, have you ever thought about like
Yeah.
being a real estate investor? At that point, do you, like, how far do you go to educate your clients?
I go how far they're comfortable. I only go as far as they're comfortable because you're going to meet a ton of people. Anybody in here have you owned rental properties and don't want to be a landlord anymore? Okay, so I've got 2 people right here right now who've owned rental properties and they don't want to be a landlord anymore. So being a landlord is not for everybody, but it's something, I think it's a question I should pose. Do you see what I'm saying? And I always go based on the person's comfort level. That's how I do it. Are there any other goals that I need to know about? Well, yeah, we actually want to move to Arizona. We want to have a winter home somewhere else. We want to be snowbirds. Okay. We have health issues, and we want to get a ranch style property. We want an 1,800 square foot, 3-car garage ranch condo. Me too. Let's get those. Okay.
This is certainly
One
distressed
phone call
clients.
yesterday that my floor time was about that. The guy lives in Vegas, and he was asking me, I told him he was totally the wrong person. How he became resident of Anchorage or Alaska, then he has the tax rate here on his house. Say, if I'm going here.
Yeah.
Getting my ID when you move up here.
Yeah. Changing your voter registration and going and getting a
But I
driver's
want
license.
to still have my house in Vegas and my house in California. Yes, you can. You're going to pay your taxes on those ones, and like if you're going to be living resident from here. But, hey, what would you CPR or whatever?
CPA, not
CPA.
CPR. CPR is there. Yeah, there you go.
CPR is like,
That's what I'm doing when I'm talking to him on the phone. He's having a heart attack.
go to your CPA and ask him that. I'm not a person that is going to tell you what is best for your investment. We're realtors, a little bit, but
Yeah, we're not tax accountants, and we don't play one on TV. Okay, let's talk about qualifying the subject property. Super important. Qualifying the subject property. Now, 2 things I'm going to tell you right now, and I mean this especially for Abraham. We are not, when we're listing properties, contractors. We actually have to turn all of that information that I might know, we need to turn it off. Okay? We actually, even though you have superior skill sets and knowledge that I don't have in contracting, you have to protect your real estate license. So I need to be very, very careful about information I tell clients, okay, about their property. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So I do have to qualify the property. So for example, one of the things that Phil didn't have the ability to do, right, is you listed a property and you didn't go see it. Are you gonna do that again?
No,
No,
never.
never. That's the great word.
How do you list the property without checking the property inside?
Okay, because it was a rental. Because it was a rental. They didn't make an appointment, they didn't go over. They went for dinner at their house, and they started having a little bit of wine, and they just, yeah. Is that right? Went to dinner, you signed the listing agreement, the kids were running around, and no, we go out and look at the property.
I got two properties, both with rentals.
Okay, well, you've already been through boot camp, superstar, so these people haven't.
But
Okay?
even if you don't go boot camp, how I'm going to know the situation on the.
How are you gonna know the
inside of house?
situation? Do you hear her? Do you hear that? How are you gonna know the situation?
How am I not,
I
how
know.
my house look? No, then how you're going to put a price on my house? It's a mess.
We had to put a price on it.
You listed.
She had a non-MLS listing.
It's better.
Yeah, no, you missed. Yeah, you missed. Okay, so no, what you want to do is, do you want to make sure that you see a property? Okay, now, some things that you are not going to do. How do you like them apples? Ooh, ouch, I know. Get it from all sides. Oh, must be awesome. Okay, all right, I know, so.
We gotta go for a beer.
I'm gonna go for more than a beer.
Breathe, Evangelina, breathe.
No, no, what would you
I'm
say?
thinking
No,
whiskey.
No. Okay, okay, hey, come on, okay, you. Okay.
Walk around the building.
Okay, only one's in charge. Okay, well, you have to qualify the subject property, right? So, but one of the things that you are not doing, are you ready? You are not getting in the crawl space, not. You are not getting in the attic, okay? You are making a subjective overview, subjective, right? Okay, there are certain things you are not going to investigate. You're gonna look at things, you're gonna say, I spy, can I make it out? Okay? We are not opening up any walls, I'm not opening up panels, I'm not checking out electricity, okay? I'm asking the seller, are you aware of anything on this property that I should know? Or that might affect the value when we put it on the market? That's the question you're asking.
And if he says something about what's in the crawl space, then you gotta go down and look.
No, you do not go in the crawl space and look.
Okay.
Do not, do not, do not. So you guys are not covered under workman's comp. Okay, what happens if you get injured? Okay, so you are not gonna get up on a roof. Are not.
We're going after the insurance.
Okay. You are also, here's how this actually happened. There was a licensee who went inside a garage, okay? Now, Darwin Award, this was terrible. This was seriously terrible. Walked up to a wire, okay? So that looks like it's live. Did what?
Oh my God.
Okay. He's dead. Okay, many years ago, about 10, 15 years ago.
He was standing in some water.
No, he wasn't standing in the water, he touched a live wire.
That looks like.
Yeah, touched it. He died. Okay, why would anyone do that?
No.
Okay, how about you take a fork, okay, if you walk up to an outlet, and we save the time, energy, and trouble, but do it at your house, not at somebody else's, okay?
And make sure you do it outside.
Yeah, if you're gonna die, where does Teresa say you can die?
Outside. Otherwise, disclosure, someone got
Okay.
the house.
In the ambulance, hospital, street, driveway, not in the house. Okay, now you even think I'm not even kidding. Okay, so I need to qualify the subject property. I need to take a look at the subject property. I need to make some determinations. We talked about quality of home yesterday. Do you guys remember that? Certain homes are not suitable for certain types of financing, right? So if I'm looking at a house and it's in super rough shape, what do I know already? I'm not gonna offer this property for VA, FHA, or Alaska Housing Financing. I might even put in my remarks that it needs a rehab loan. You know, I'm going to price for condition, or I'm gonna ask the seller to improve the condition. Okay, what do you got?
My situation was not, the house was not wrong. It was very pretty, everything was gorgeous, it was a condo, sorry. It will qualify for everything, but the homeowner association didn't take control of the rental of the property. 50-50 on the rental, and it was not 50-50, then that took off from my client all the type of financing. The house was perfect, but it was not the house.
It was not financeable. Remember, when we talk about condos and checking condominium associations and checking with the quality lender and also checking with the association to verify that they are qualified to offer that lending. And if you don't make that phone call, guess what happens?
You find out stuff like that. And also, he told me it was okay for the financing.
Yeah.
On the end, but it's a very small homeowner association, that 50-50 don't work. It's 51-49.
49, that is correct.
Then that was even worse. We need 3/4 of the condo to be owner occupied. We don't have financing here.
Correct. It's very difficult to get what we call spot financing, although it is available. Talk to me, that's a very higher end. We're gonna go through an entire finance class. And there, if you know, and I would write this down. If I know financing, I know everything. If I know where there's money, I can be selling properties that other people can't sell. I know where there's money. There even includes, you guys out there, something called a hard money lender. Okay, there's hard money lenders, there's guys out there who buy notes and deeds of trust, there's all kinds of stuff that you don't have any knowledge about. One of the things I started when we talked earlier this week about boot camp, you need to get to know a lender in every single lending institution, because Key Bank is a bank. Okay? I need everybody to understand something. Key Bank is a bank. Okay? Home State is a mortgage company. Okay, they're a mortgage broker. They can sell and finance what can be packaged and sold on the secondary market. Key Bank can finance and set somebody up any way they want to. They want to give Teresa Block a loan for 4% down for 40 years. Key Bank can do that because they're lending their own money. Okay? Did y'all get that?
Not really.
Okay, so a mortgage company is a mortgage broker. They can only originate loans on a menu of things that they can sell. A bank who's giving out their own money can set up any term they want to if they're going to hold the mortgage. So they can do 100% financing. They can do whatever they want to do. Okay? So FYI, you have to get to know lenders. Okay? Alaska USA for a while was doing, I don't know, I cannot verify because I don't know. They were doing a 10% multifamily down. Where right now, if you're an owner occupant and you're not going VA or FHA, you're going to put 20% down. Okay, 20% down. What's the difference between 10 and 20? A lot of money. Okay, $30,000 to $60,000 on $300,000. How about? All right. So FYI, if I just walked across the street, if I walked over here, I had to pay $60,000. If I walked across the street, I could do a down payment of $30,000. FYI, if you guys don't know that, if I know that, it's kind of my jobby job to know that. I get that, but it's also your jobby job to know that.
Any advantages or disadvantages one over the other?
Yeah, I get to pay half the down over here. I got to pay a double down over there. Same interest. I can't tell you if there was any other
Right.
caveats to that.
So it behooves us to.
You
go
got to
outside.
know. You got to know. You got to know. You cannot just rely on a mortgage broker. They can only sell what their menu of services is. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know anything about Costco?
I do not, other than they're not originated they're not originated in Alaska. Okay,
So that they're offering.
yeah, that's a mortgage company. That's like an internet mortgage company.
Okay.
Okay, did you have a question?
I ran into this yesterday. If you have an FHA loan, my understanding of it is if you have an FHA loan, after 2 years, you can apply for a loan, correct?
You can apply for what?
or another one?
It depends. Everything depends on everything. I cannot answer that. What are you gonna be doing in 3 years?
No, like,
I don't, I'm telling you, I don't know. You have to, it takes the investor. Right now, can they go get another FHA loan? They need to call somebody up and see if they qualify. And then what can they do in 3 years? I have no idea.
I'm going 3 years back. I mean, these people have had on their house for 5 years.
Okay, so what do they wanna do?
They wanna try to get another house.
Then they need to go get qualified and see if they can carry debt service, if they can carry another loan or not.
If they're selling.
If they're selling their current FHA loan, then they absolutely can get another FHA loan. But if they're gonna have multiples of one kind of loan, they need to check with the lender.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm selling, I can go get whatever. Okay,
Regardless of time?
in theory, yes.
Okay.
There might be, certain loans do have certain owner occupancy clause on them, but there's no mortgage police that goes around. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? So when somebody goes and buys, are you ready? So here's what I'm trying to tell you. If I go and buy a fourplex tomorrow, okay, and I move into it, and I have to be an owner occupant for at least a year, 6 months goes by, and I decide to go buy a single family home. Okay, there isn't a mortgage policeman who comes and says, no, you can't do that. Does that make sense? But I have to intend to occupy a property as my primary residence when I get the fourplex, or I'm committing loan fraud. That's the difference. So if something in my life changes, okay, that could be the difference. Did everybody get that? You have to intend to occupy as an owner occupant, and you may have to move in. Okay, that might be a problem. But the mortgage company, as long as you're making payments, the mortgage company does not come around and knock on your door and ask, how long you living in your property? Okay, see that? Okay, all right, we're gonna look at competing properties for sale. We're gonna compare properties recently sold. We're gonna look at what's called the absorption rate. Does anybody know what the absorption rate is? Okay, the absorption rate is the current number of properties that are on the market right now that are active. And in theory, in order for if my property comes on as new, there's all the existing properties that have to sell before mine sells. That's called the absorption rate. How many puppies are also in the window? So if I have a litter of 20 puppies, okay, how long is it going to take that dog owner to get rid of those puppies? Okay, how many weeks, how many months is it going to take for all of those puppies to go away? That's the absorption rate. Okay, so the number of properties on the market.
Absorption rate.
Absorption rate.
I'm trying to figure out when this property might sell.
Correct. So days on market has everything to do with it, and also number of other competing properties.
Is there a formula?
Well, there is, and also remember we went through the statistics? I was showing you the absorption rate on the statistics. I probably said it, but you might not have heard me.
So you're going to use like a median of the information available?
No, my friends, you're going to look at the number of properties that are currently on the market, and you're going to look at basically my same price point. So if there are 6 properties that are currently on the market and all of them are selling within 30 days, the idea is that you have 6 months of inventory. If one is selling every month, does that make sense? Okay, that's your absorption. That's how fast my properties are selling. So if I want, the idea being, because you're Wile E. Coyotes and you watch the statistics, right? That if I price my property smarter, or I place my property or do better marketing, I might be able to get my puppy snatched and taken and sold on down the road before you do.
Gotcha.
So,
That's where marketing comes in.
Okay.
But if there's 10 houses that and this is a true story. So we have, and I could bring Jamie down to talk about this. We've had a property listed for a very, very, very long time. There was a neighborhood in Eagle River where one house went on the market, then a couple other houses went on the market and they sold. Okay. Then the base closure list came out, and this entire group was moved out of state. They were moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, a little unit. Okay. Every one of these, and remember I told you that people tend to flock together in certain businesses. Every one of these guys was in the same unit. There were 10 houses for sale on, I think it's Lassen Drive. None of these houses have sold. Okay? Because there's too many houses on the market, and none of the owners will pull their house off because they're afraid if their house isn't on the market, then they won't get an offer. Okay? Because if there's too much inventory, people won't make a decision. Isn't that interesting? It's saturation of market. The market is oversaturated with this house. And when the buyer drives into this neighborhood, there's 10 real estate signs. When they go to the next neighborhood, there's 0. What do they think? What is a buyer?
People don't want to live in that neighborhood.
People are saying, obviously buyers are smart people. They're going, what's wrong?
Why is everybody selling?
Why is everybody selling? There's a really simple, compelling reason why everyone is selling. The houses are great, the builders are great, but there's too many properties on the market, too many actives. So buyers are rejecting the properties. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so what are my odds of selling?
1 in 6.
No, Mike, I have to depending on what's going on, I have to calculate my odds of selling, right? Like, am I taking a good listing? And is this a listing that I want to put my time, energy, and effort into? Is this a listing that I want to, one of the things I ask myself, if I had to do open house on this listing for the next 50 weekends, is this a place I want to sit? Okay. Do I think that a buyer is going to want to buy this property? One of the reasons why it's so important that you be attending tour and you go out with other folks and you go and you look at properties is so one of the laziest things real estate licensees do is you rely on photos on the internet. You don't actually fly on your Thunderbolts and go look at property because you have the magic key and you can get into them. So you have no idea what a property really looks like on the inside. Okay, you're relying on photos on the internet, which could be superior, neutral, or inferior to what the property actually looks like. Okay, so it might be super important for you to start, one of the things that you might want to consider doing, I'm winking, you might want to consider doing is in the afternoons, if you were to ask me what I used to do when I didn't have real estate work to do, okay, I was out previewing properties. Meaning, I got on the MLS every single day. I looked at the hot sheet. I found what properties were available to go look, and I went and flew on my Thunderbolt and went and looked at them. Meaning, I made an appointment. I got inside. I toured the property. Properties that are vacant are super easy to go see, right? New construction, super easy to go see.
If it's vacant, do you still need the license?
You have to follow whatever the instructions are on the listing.
Don't you want to just let them know because you would like to know?
Well, there's two, and I'll tell you, it's really interesting. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an old school licensee. I'm extremely irritated with people when the property is vacant. So it used to say, VAC/LB, vacant lockbox. That's realtor code for go show this property 24 hours a day. Okay, vacant lockbox. Then a whole bunch of security Nazis started saying that we were possibly getting people ripped off, and there was some break-ins in some houses, and there were some homeless people that went and moved into some properties. But this is at the height, you guys, of the foreclosure crisis, where people were, walking out and leaving their properties. Okay, and some people were actually walking out, leaving their properties unsecured. But for a million, billion years, since dirt, we had a status that we would leave on the computer that said vacant lockbox. Okay. Now every single one of you puts on their call first lockbox. You drive me bananas because you don't answer your phone and you don't return phone calls. Okay. Is there anybody in here who right now your voicemail is full and it's been full since January? Evangelina. Okay.
It's full, but I answer.
Okay. Okay. When your voicemail is full, what's the problem?
You're gonna be on a call and you're gonna miss one.
No, I'm just telling you. There's licensees all day long and twice on Sunday who don't answer the phone. Okay. You just don't. I'm not judging you a little bit. I am you. Okay. So I am you. But by the way, so the next thing you need to be doing is sending texts to people. But one of the things you have to do is you have to actually identify yourself, like, hi, I'm Phil Barnes with Jack White Real Estate. Can I go see your listing today at, X, 1234 Jerry Circle? And then you, Phil, have to say yes, no, or let me see. Okay? Anybody in here have unanswered text on your phones? Nobody. Nobody in here has an unanswered text. Evangelina, do you have any unanswered texts on your phone?
People don't know that.
Okay.
But can't they see who accesses his house?
Absolutely, but remember, we are members of a service. We've all agreed to play by the set of rules. The set of rules says you have to follow the listing instructions. It doesn't say you have to follow the listing instructions if you feel like it. It's a huge MLS violation. You can lose your privilege to access homes, which would be a really bummer suck, because then I don't know how you'd sell houses. So it's a really big deal.
Right, but if it's empty and it says, like vacant lockbox, you don't have to necessarily call it.
Absolutely. Realtor code is, if it says vacant lockbox, go in.
Okay.
Okay? If it does not say vacant lockbox, you must follow the showing instructions, period. All of a sudden, you're going to start to see who's really, really a great licensee to work with, who really services their listings well, who really gets back to you quickly, who's anxious to try and get you into the property, et cetera, et cetera. And you're also going to find out who's an asshat, who never answers their phone, doesn't return messages, doesn't return texts. And oh, by the way, that poor seller who doesn't know that licensee isn't getting people in their property. So one of the reasons why your house might not be getting showings, are you ready? It might be because of your behavior. It might be because of you. You might be a very difficult licensee to work with it. None of us want to work with you. You might not ever answer your phone, so you might have stacks and stacks and stacks of messages, voicemails, okay? But we can't leave a voicemail message on your phone because your voicemail box has been full since 1999. So you're missing, or you don't answer your text messages, okay? Occasionally, I'm going to come and talk to you because somebody is so mad, the client has called the broker. And guess that's a bad day when I have to talk to you. So I understand you have a listing. I understand there's been a buyer who's been trying to go show this listing and that you haven't answered their phone call. Okay. Do you understand that we can be fired, that there's financial penalties? Okay, we can be sued for not servicing a listing. Does everybody get that? Okay, so when you're taking a listing, you're taking a trust. Okay, that you're going to be able to handle yourself and get buyers into that property. If you can't do it, don't take it. Share it with somebody else who does answer the phone. Rant off. Okay. All right. All right. Then we're going to do, after we do the odds of selling, okay? Are there any types of things that we can do that might enhance the property? Okay, I'm on the yellow line. Subject property inspections, mechanical and or pest. Believe it or not, what is an issue with Alaska with pests? Anybody know? What's that?
Beetles.
Bed bugs.
Oh, bed bugs, yes. Shrews, yes. You said shrews, yes. How about, are you ready? Carpenter ants, yes.
Dog hair.
Probably not so much a pest inspection for dog hair. How about vermin? That covers a wide variety of things in the property, including in the attics and crawl spaces.
Mice.
What's that?
Mice.
Mice, shrews, voles, that type of thing. We have some special nasty things in Alaska, shrews and voles. Really gross. Super really gross. And then squirrels can get access and build nests and create ginormous messes that you cannot even imagine. Carpenter ants can get inside houses, you guys, and eat insulation. They can eat out entire things of insulation. They stink too. Smell bad. Okay. What other kinds of inspections might you suggest a seller does before they put the property on the market? Can I give you a super smart thing for you to have a seller do prior to putting a property on the market? Have the heating system inspected and upload the receipt on Flex. Okay?
That's the smart part.
That's the smart play. Have the heat inspected. If you can see a visible something, I spy with my naked eye. Okay, let me give you another one. Windows are fogged. What does that mean? Do we know what it means when a window is
You have
fogged?
to add gas to the, in between them.
That means that the seal has failed. Okay, the seal has failed. Okay, if there's something odd, if there's something just, I am shocked to tell you this. This is an absolute true story. I tell it in every single class. It cracks me up every time we do it. So I went to a listing appointment. I always ask the seller, is there any deferred maintenance or anything that's an issue that you know that you have with your house that we should probably get fixed before a seller or a buyer decides to come in and look? And she gives me a little bit of a list, and then she asks me, ready? Everybody, she asked me if I'd like a glass of water. And I go, sure, I'd love a glass of water. So she goes over to her sink, turns on her water. The water is spraying her in the face, and she stands there and does this and this. And then takes a towel and pats her face dry. And I look at that and I said, so we didn't talk about the leak in your sink. And she's like, oh, yeah, this happened. Yeah, I guess it is. Do you think the seller might have, or do you think the buyer might have a problem with that? And I'm standing there going, maybe. Maybe that'd be something we could get fixed.
Can I make a comment about expectations?
Yes.
This is something I'm learning pretty quickly. I mean, it's a really obvious thing, but it's like, I don't know, like you walk in somebody's house and it's really not maintained well. They have low expectations.
Of whom?
Of themselves and everybody else.
Well, that's human nature. People think everybody thinks the way they do.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
But it's like pushing people past that line, like people are not going to see this place this way. This is a big problem. This is like all these things. You're like, oh, whatever, it's just my house.
What did I tell you the number one thing you need to worry about a property is? Number one, clean. I don't care what kind of crap shack it is. If it's a clean crap shack, it'll sell. It'll sell. Clean sells. Because there's a perception that if you're a clean person, that you maintain everything well. And that could be the biggest fat lie under God's grace. You could have taken a band of pyramids to get your property, but the perception is if you keep things clean, that you are a well-organized, productive person. Go look at my office. My boss all the time says to me, you gotta come in and clean your office. And I look at her and I said, do you have a high production or a low production from me? She says, high production. I said, so do you care about how clean my office is or do you care about high production? I care about high production. I'm like, okay, so for the 11,000th time, stop talking to me about my office. But long story short, what's my point? She has a perception that if you have a messy office, that you are not productive. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Could be. I like to say so. I like to say it's a sign of anybody ever see Einstein's office? FYI, I could show you a picture. But long story short, what's my point though? People's perception when they look at that is that you are not productive, clean, together, blah, 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 blah. Now that could be totally not true, okay? But that's not the point. Whose eyes are we looking at a property through? Buyers. What are buyers watching on TV?
HGTV.
Not only are they watching HGTV, they're watching all these unbelievably craptacular reality shows, where things are made beautiful in like 24 hours. That just doesn't happen.
Well, let's see the part when the people invest $100,000 to make that place.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, exactly. Okay, and also, can I just tell you something else? Some people's taste is just crap. Some people's taste is just crap. And I'm not saying I'm the arbiter of taste, but you can walk into a house and you can think, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. And it could be just their furnishing and their style. And then you can move that stuff out and you can walk around and be like, they bought this? This is what they bought? They were buying someone else's style. Does that make sense? It wasn't their style, it was someone else's. Yes, sir.
What about a fish tank?
What about a fish tank?
Somebody has a fish tank. And
Who's somebody?
Folks I'm listing a house for, they have a fish tank.
Is this the same people?
These are different people.
Yeah, these are different people. Okay, so talk to me about a fish tank. What's the problem with the fish tank?
What do you do with a fish tank?
What do
I
you
told
do with
them
the
to
fish
move
tank?
it
Did you
from
tell them
where
to
it
move it?
was.
How big is the fish tank? Are we
It's a
talking?
55-gallon fish tank.
Okay.
That's like
Is it well
400 pounds
maintained?
of water.
Is it well maintained?
Yeah.
Is it
Is it dirty?
It's fresh water.
It's
Is it dirty?
That's fairly fresh. I mean, but it's just like, it was like, how does that, like, I'm just really wondering, like, how does that, like,
It's
Well, you
probably
do a
1,000% better than bears on the wall or dolls in the cabinet.
It's actually.
I didn't know if
a
you
big
had
deal.
some like major, like, no giant fish tanks.
No, I have,
Cool.
here's what I have major objections to. I have major objections to weapons on the wall of any kind. I have major objections to porn. I have major, and I'm not kidding, porn turns people off. I have major objections to large-scale religious iconography.
They took down the altar to ball, so.
Yeah, there you go. No, of any kind, I'm telling you, it's a real turn off to people. And I'm gonna wrap myself out so nobody get offended. I'm Catholic, okay? I have no problem telling you this. I've had people walk into a house, see a crucifix, which is very common if you're a Catholic family, you might have a crucifix over your door. Anybody know what that's for?
Vampire.
That is to, yes, that is to bless you coming and going. That's actually kind of a nice thought, isn't it? To bless you coming and going, all right? I've had people say, oh my God, like, and just be so offended and leave. Okay?
It is actually quite a big deal to move a fish tank because it has to be the right temperature and it has to have all the right chemicals and.
Oh, I know, yeah, it's a major effort. To separate the fish, you know.
Yeah.
No, right, you can't ask them to like get rid of it, and they want to move it to the next house, so
Sure.
it's just like, I had to move it off this one wall and move it to a place that's gonna
Well,
be.
maybe you don't want it to
Frame
have,
it.
maybe you
Frame it a little
don't,
better.
you don't want it to be in an odd place and you don't want it to be like on the, like, you know, please don't put it on the, you know, kitchen dining table because that looks odd.
Yeah,
But
oh,
you-
no, it's on its own stand, it's on a
Yeah.
piece of furniture, and it was just up against this stone wall, so you couldn't really see it, and you do some work on the fringe of this thing, so I had to put it on a different wall, which will help take it, it's a long wall, to help take up some space and kind of frame it a little better, so.
Some other things,
Maybe make it look nicer, but I didn't know if there was like just like a general taboo for fish tanks. Like,
no, fish tanks are
never sell a
probably,
house
fish
with a
tanks are
fish
probably
tank.
fine unless they don't have weird grody fish in them.
Yeah.
You know, if they don't have frankenfish in them, okay, that can be like weird. And I'm not even kidding, there's some very scary,
Alligator.
looking-
Yeah,
there's some
yeah.
very scary looking fishes and people are like, what?
You
Not
want friendly
koi,
fish, huh?
no frankenfish.
You need to get rid of the friendly fish
yeah.
and put the friendly fish,
Yep,
kissing
yep.
fish will
The
sell
other
a house.
thing, the other thing you might need to get rid of, you guys, is smells are a really big deal, smoking, okay? Any kind of like funky collections, like dolls or whatever, that can be terrible. I'm missing a big one.
Trophy room.
Trophy, okay, thank you. Any kind of dead animal, get it out, out. Okay, oh, here's my other one. Please let's not talk about this, okay? I don't care what your political party is. I don't care who you're voting for. I don't care what social activism that you have. It's no one's business who's buying your home. The reason being is that if you are gonna support the Democratic Party, you can turn off some hardcore Republicans. If you support the Republican Party, you can turn off some less rigid people or less conservative people, I should say. And what you might find is, can you imagine somebody saying, I'm not buying that house because they're voting for Bernie Sanders? I mean, seriously? Or Donald Trump. I'm not buying this house because they're voting for Donald Trump? Seriously? Seriously? Seriously, people
You just
will.
turn some Russian limbaugh in the house for a while. That's
Yeah. No, but seriously, people will, based on those types of things, religion, politics, blah, 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 blah. Also, some people will have an issue if you have, too much of something, like 12 cats. I might have an issue with you too. Or, they perceive like the worst listing I've ever been in my life was where some poor dog was trapped in a yard, and it was clearly what looks like to be kind of an abuse problem. And we literally, like a whole bunch of licensees, like actually went to the homeowners association, blah, 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 blah. But, people need to take care of their people and pets.
I had a client, I was showing homes out in Westfield, and one of the homes that we saw had like 6 animal mounts or heads or skins on the wall in the living room, a bear skin in 2 of the upstairs bedrooms, and something weird in the dining room. I don't remember what it was, but it was really quite overwhelming. I hunt,
Chupacabra.
and it was a lot. Like, I mean.
Too much.
And my buyers were like, you don't even want to be here.
Yeah.
And they took their kids.
No, and I am telling you, it is really interesting that people will decide to buy a house based on, That's interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so make necessary repairs and improvements. What our job is to make this property as appealing to the masses as possible. I call it, let's make it vanilla. What's vanilla?
Neutral.
Neutral. Awesome. It is, it's awesome.
I
Yes,
have a
ma'am?
question.
Yes.
I went to show a condo and it said it was completely different from what it said and what it showed.
Okay, tell me what that means. Do you think they uploaded the wrong photos? Do you think there was a bait and switch?
No, it was probably, I don't know if they cleaned it at that time. They took the photos, but when we got there, it said like, the listing license you told me the last minute, the tenant is there. So they went out. So I said, well, we're already here. So but I informed my buyer,
Yep.
tenant's there, he's not going anywhere. And then when we knocked on the door, he said, oh, I thought it was 4:30. I said, no, it's supposed to be 3:30 to 4 is our appointment. But he let us in, and on the thing it says updated kitchen, floors, blah, blah, blah. But when we got there, there was like two dog kennel in the living room, in the middle, stacks of dishes in the kitchen, not they didn't bother washing or putting away.
And remember, please remember the one thing, tenants enjoy having their property, having their home invaded about half the time. Half the time.
These are renters, I'm sorry, renters.
Yep,
That are trying to be starving that they didn't want
Yes,
to move
yes,
out.
yes, yes, they don't want to move.
So, but I was like, but it says on the thing, on the MLS, updated, but you can't see any of that.
So what do you want to bet that real estate licensee listened to the seller who said that the kitchen had been updated? And remember what I said about sellers. I have a new car. My car was born in 2001, but it's new.
So I guess you really have, if you're listing something, you really have to go there
Yes, Bill,
before
yes, you
you
do.
put it, because I told the listing licensee that, this is not what we saw, and
Yeah.
I mean, I put the blame on myself, I should have previewed the home.
You know, well, you can, it would be, it's very, and I will tell you, tenant occupied properties, please don't preview properties. Okay, because you're irritating the tenant. When it's tenant occupied, you really don't have that. That's a luxury you don't have with a tenant occupied property.
It looked like you'd watch Hoarders, if you watch that, like half of that, probably.
So did you call the listing licensee and let them
I
know?
talked to them.
And what did they say?
He said, oh, I did not even know that.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna call the seller.
That is absolutely the right response. Okay, so what is staging? And we all know what decluttering and depersonalizing means. I'm going to tell you another hot spot that you may want to talk to sellers about. There is a big fat hot spot, very controversial right now, whether or not you show online in photos children's bedrooms. Okay, children's bedrooms. An indication that young children live in the house.
Oh.
Okay, now I am probably, I'm going to tell you, I'm 49% think this is a legit issue. Because I think Chester the molester knows that he can go to an elementary school and find children, or a park,
Follow the school bus around.
follow the school bus and the ice cream truck around to get kids. However, I do recognize, and I am a mom, I do recognize that I may not want to advertise that I have young children in the home, especially if they're what we would consider what I grew up to hear being latchkey children. Do you know what I'm talking about? Or they might be home after school alone without mom and dad until mom and dad get off of work. I am 51, think that this is kind of like not that big of a deal. And I think 49%, it really is a big deal. And I think it depends on whether or not it's a big deal to the owner of the property. But I am probably going to tell you that I don't believe that pedophiles are using the MLS to find their victims. That doesn't make sense to me. Not when they could go over to O'Malley Elementary School and stand on the playground or go volunteer, okay, at church camp or whatever, like the pedophiles of old.
Be like, Did you go raise the pet store?
You know, and so I'm just saying, I don't know that that's a big deal, but FYI, don't be surprised. Do not be surprised if your seller is uncomfortable with you showing that there are young kids in the house. Okay, and that's okay. That's okay. And also, you know, you might want to take a look if a bedroom really looks like a Princess Builder bedroom, or, you know, a young kid's boy get fireman bedroom. You might, you know, maybe it makes you a smarter, better licensee to mention something to that seller. I don't know. However, I do want to talk about staging, decluttering, and depersonalizing. That has everything to do. I am trying to make this property available to the most amount of people and attractive to the most amount of people. Remember back when I said that some people just have terrible taste? Sometimes just removing some things can really enhance the property. Sometimes the person has such amazing taste, as I just said, that it's amazing because of how nice of style the owner has, and the furniture and the colors and the blah blah that they have put in their property. A lot of times that will sell a property. Whether or not you choose to stage a property or not, that's going to be, we're going to have an entire day on staging. So let's put that aside for a minute. And whether or not you're going to pay for that or do it yourself, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. There's also some like very simple things you can do that are staging items. You can make sure that towels are matching, for example. You can do some very small things that can make a huge difference.
I overheard Mike McLean telling a client on the phone, not that I'm like overhearing anything, but just my hand in my ears. It's like, yeah, just stop by Costco, pick up a pack of new kitchen towels, and bathroom towels. Just put it just makes a big difference, you know.
Huge.
Fresh towel.
Huge.
Like,
I cannot tell you how, like, just that simple thing.
Yeah.
There's a few simple things I can tell you that make a big difference. I'm going to finish on this one, and then I got to give you a 10-minute break. Cosmetically enhance the interior and exterior. If you think about a house telling a story, the biggest deal, whether or not a buyer will get out of the car to go into the house, is how they perceive the entry, we call it curb appeal. Whether or not they're even going to be willing to walk in the door is a lot of times based on what we call curb. And if I ask you, how's the curb on the house? What I'm asking you is, when a buyer pulls up to that house, what are they thinking right now? Are they thinking, oh my, let's go see it? Or are they going, eh? A lot of homes are gorgeous inside and they're terrible on the outside. Okay? And there can be a few major, it might be major, it might be minor, I don't know, it depends. You guys are looking through the MLS, I hope on the hot sheet every single day, so I bet you're seeing some really interesting properties. And a lot of times the interior doesn't match the exterior. And I can honestly tell you the reason for that is, you guys, is we spend 9 to 10 months living inside our house, right? So most people spend their money on the inside. If they're going to spend money, they spend it on the inside, not on the outside. Yes, sir?
Why is that? I mean, so someone spends money inside, it's beautiful, looking gorgeous. Why doesn't
Because you enjoy it. I don't see, for me, when I put money into my house, I'm putting it in for me. I don't give a damn whether or not my neighbors like my house or not.
There's something, it's not because of the neighbors, because of when I'm putting in,
Sure.
I feel good.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, for me, I live inside my house, and I care about the inside more than I care about the outside, personally. And I don't think I'm that unusual to other people. Now, I know a lot of people who really, really, really care about the exterior of their house and their yard, you know, and then when you get inside, you're like, well, maybe we should care a little bit more about the inside, you know, and then you can have a mixture of the two. But what's more important to you guys? I mean, you tell me, inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside? Anybody?
To me, the outside.
Both? Do you the outside? For you both?
60-40.
Yeah?
Well, I was
I
gonna say,
can always change the inside.
I was gonna say clearly, like all these flips that are happening.
Sure.
You know, like they're not doing really anything to the exterior, not even paint. But I mean,
Sometimes not.
it's like obviously they realize for redoing the interior gives you the most bang for the buck, the most return on investment. You don't really have to do the outside, because once people see the inside, sort of forget about what outside looks like. But the exterior is very expensive. And it may not really get you that much.
But like you said, you know, many prospective buyers doesn't even want to go inside because he doesn't like it.
But I will tell you, because of photos, now they will.
Yeah, photos
Photos are key. That's what we spent so much time talking about, photos. And I got to give you guys a 10-minute break right now. Let's everybody Stand up. Where'd you go get popcorn?
I'm late because I have to make popcorn for the PTA.
Ah.
I'm volunteering now in PTA.
That's right. You know why you are? Because that's where the people are.
Good grief.
All the other kids with the pumped up pics.
Thank you, dear.
As I'm watching TV and I'm watching Netflix, or not Netflix.
Oh, wow.
Does anybody ever get hooked on Netflix and can't like go to sleep?
What's that?
Get hooked on Netflix and can't go to sleep?
Better call Saul.
Oh,
I-
gosh.
I just did Nurse Jackie for a week,
Did you?
the whole 7 seasons.
I'm just like, okay, well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I can watch one more. It's like, what are you doing? This morning as I'm like crawling out of bed going, ow, ow, ow. I was in this cramped up position because I have to have my computer, which I have my head laying down and my computer's right here. Oh, I'm all like, ow, ow. So terrible.
We didn't ask you what we did today, Teresa.
Oh, you need to know? Okay.
Yeah.
Yay, and you look fabulous. Look at you. Look at you.
I was outside all night.
Were you really?
Toys out,
Oh my gosh, you listened. I love
all the
it.
French fries. I even found David Dylan's little white box.
I watched some Prince videos last night. I was like, oh, Prince died. I know.
And my husband said that
I watched them on the
he
Super
now
Bowl.
feels very old because all the people that he knows like that are dying.
Right?
So I told him, you better spend quality time with me.
That's right. Right now, I remember the day somebody said Michael Jackson died, and I didn't really care. But when I couldn't get on the internet because he blew up the internet, I was very highly irritated. Highly irritated about that. But I know it does feel like we're losing like all kinds of the music I grew up with. David Bowie died. That was a bad day. It was a terrible day.
And there was that one rocker also, the oldie.
Well, there was a country guy, what's his name? Merle Haggard passed away. David Bowie.
It was full of dirt and had a lot of miles on it, so.
I know. He goes, Johnny Cash.
A lot of gallons of whiskey, you know.
When Johnny Cash died, that
Richards
was
is still alive.
Keith Richards. I mean, what do you soak that heroin in, bud? I mean,
He's got 800
is
degrees
it
of blood, is what he has.
you know what I think it is? I think it's a unicorn. It's unicorn
What?
tears.
Unicorn
Unicorn
blood?
tears.
Yeah,
Unicorn tears.
the old devil.
They actually,
Works every
he's
time.
actually, somebody told me that this is like a vicious gossipy, and why we would have talked about Keith Richards, I have no idea. That he goes like every once in a while to detox in like Switzerland. Oh, I think it's my sister-in-law, who's who knows some people who knows some people. And he goes and gets his blood drained out, and they go put in like a blood, an entire, what is it? You've got how much blood volume? 8 pints. He gets the blood of a like 20-year-old.
Oh.
Takes out all of his, camel smoking. I would get like who would I get? I would get like a marathon runner,
When we were in the Philippines,
Yeah.
We could just go in the ER. Like,
Yeah.
if you're not feeling well, just go in the ER and have them do that.
Saline or a vitamin.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
the whole fight. It's like an hour, and then it's like, whoo, refresh.
Right?
Yeah. And because rather than drinking more, it takes forever, and
Yeah.
you're like your tummy gets like, you don't
Yeah.
feel sick, so you just have that thing
Yeah,
just
just
hooked up,
Pump a
and
quart of saline in
for
there.
like $3, so you're good.
Seriously.
$3.
Awesome. If it wasn't so hot, I'd go now.
We've got Dr. Michael Ellenberg in town here. He'll do that kind of thing for probably a cool $500.
Is that right?
I'm sure, at least,
I go get
It's just a
vitamin D
bag
shots.
of like, I forgot the word for it.
Saline.
Yeah, like solution thing, like
Yeah.
the water.
Saline, yeah.
Yeah, just a bag of
What
it.
kind
And
of some-
you're not admitted, you just
You just
have
get it.
someone hook it up
And
for
you
you.
look
You just
amazing.
pay for the bag of saline, that's it.
Yeah, actually, I watched a documentary on Netflix on Keith Richards. He was very fascinating.
I saw it too. I was blown away.
I was blown away. Fascinated.
It was. I thought it was unbelievable that the Stones brought blues to the United
To the
States.
United States. Yep. Yep. Isn't that amazing? I thought it was amazing
Yeah.
that, I can't remember what that guy was, that they met him and he was painting, and he was their.
Yeah, it was,
I can't remember the guy.
the guy from Chess Records. No, Buddy Guy, is it Buddy Guy? I'll think of it. But yeah, right, and they're cleaning, like, blues legend.
Janitor. Couldn't make a living in the South. Couldn't make a living. Was a janitor for a record company.
But he was just,
You're very important.
it was all very hands-on at Chess Records. It was all like, they were making a lot of money, so like, if he wasn't recording, he was like doing maintenance on
The
it.
best mom.
Yeah, see?
I also watched something on the Stones, where they were really key into bringing, highlighting all, the blues and everything, but bringing like all of the amazing, backup singers that they had work for them, and they were just like these untapped legends that couldn't get any play.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, I had no idea the position the Stones had in American music, like, super early on. It was pretty interesting. The other thing about the Stones too is that they were not the working class kids. They were the rich kids from our school, and the Beatles were the working class kids.
oh, for sure, that is a true story.
On the phone book,
Yes, Libby.
what do you recommend to put on?
When you have
Get it to a property
Someone-
profile.
Oh, favorite.
The actual listing itself.
This one's the.
Utilities, I like to go
the
through
other
my neighborhood on the beauty.
I will step this in
And
my
print out
face.
all of those.
Have you tried the
Do an
Costco
address
survey?
That's
About that, I haven't.
Those are, that's the best one done.
And then I love before, if they have any
Oh,
before and
no, we
after
have a couple
photos.
stuff at home. We
If
make
they
it
ever
all
did
the
any
time.
work to like the
Fresh ones?
Okay.
Yeah, we use some to cook it, combination, and then
I just discovered that, I used to do that, and that's so messy. And I tried to learn that.
For everybody.
That's different. It's kind of spicy.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
not other than those really buttery stuff.
Correct. I do.
And
oh yeah.
I say, well, let her agent, go try it.
I know.
And don't forget, searchable.
Canadian Gino Tao is good coffee.
You can't, you don't.
That's the best good coffee.
Homestead's pretty good.
Homestead's good?
Strong.
Yeah.
Better, huh?
I don't know, I tried Homestead's coffee.
You haven't tried it?
No.
You probably should. I'll try,
No, rotate, so it depends on where you're at. So. let's do it.
29 new listings, guys.
And, she's saying.
Or like you have numbers and you come from. Stay focused.
The blah, blah, blah.
I think that's cattle for also. That's what we're doing. I have to go try, considering this couple of years.
How many things you have now? But I'm not showing you. How many visitors I have now? I can show you.
I have three.
Those are all, you know,
Yeah, I'm working on another guy. He's got a
the thing is like, she.
huge property, but I think Katie doesn't.
I can tell her, she doesn't say that. And I told my client.
Keep playing phone tag with this guy, but he keeps calling back.
So is it another price on the house is different?
Trying to disappoint him.
You wanna change the price or something about this house? Then
Well, we'll see.
if not, I will just there. And I'm just doing.
It's almost like a joke now. I've talked to way more people about listing houses than anybody I've ever talked about. Like buying it.
So many open houses.
Nobody wants to go out and buy a house, but they want to know the house.
So it's contingent.
I know.
Oh, you have a contingency.
Yeah.
And we
Cold water.
Exactly,
Yeah.
same thing.
I bring these two, then you want something, and it's, oh, it's
Yeah.
good, it's serious, but with next week.
You might have forget. That's a good idea.
I think that's what I'm going through now with all this stuff. It's like really good at it.
Talk about that.
Okay, so my neighbor on the other side of the street.
Getting photos, energy rating, property profile, personal survey. Tax, upgrades. Not just
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I take it personally. I take it as a,
Okay.
as a personal slight when I see your sign go to my neighborhood.
I sent you messages.
And I live close. I went in my hot sheet and I saw that my neighbor across, like,
On which
circle.
street?
the circle next to our circle,
Yes,
like on the other side.
Kimberly Lynn Circle
No, Allison,
on Allison.
listed it with Sun LLC.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a small company, so I'm just thinking they know them, probably,
Could be.
but my feelings were hurt
Oh, yeah.
a little bit.
Hurt your feelings.
Because I sent her two mails for since I started real estate.
Oh, was that right?
Who did that? The neighbor across.
Oh.
It's far away from us, but I could see it from my window. I could see the whole street from the window.
You wanna know what's funny is when you've sold a house and you wanna know who bought it and who's selling it, that's funny. It's like, oh my God, really that's Okay, all right, so, cosmetically enhance and interior and exterior. What are small things that make a big deal? Who remembers small stuff that makes a big deal?
Cleanliness,
Clean,
feel,
clean, smell and clean. House can be old, if it smells good, it's in clean, that looks great. What if you can't, what other things can you do, small investments that might return a big? Knobs and hinges, excellent. Okay, what else? Paint.
I learned this also from a senior
Carpet.
licensee, that if you have a listing, and I myself, I think it's true, especially with Asians, they cook a lot of fried stuff with spices and things, like about 3 days not to cook, so the smell will go away.
Could be spicy or fishy, okay? I will tell you this one, this is an immediate, huge upgrade for someone. If you have a smoker that lives in a home, smokers don't understand that it's not the fact that they smoke, it's the fact that the smoke travels with them. It gets embedded into their furniture, it gets embedded into their clothes, and you know, everyone says to me, I don't smoke in my house, and I think to myself, really? Why that, Rosia? Yeah. So I always think to myself, really, you don't smoke inside, but it sure smells like you do. Okay, because remember, people who don't smoke, we're not nose blind to that. Also, people who have things that they're nose blind to, like what? Okay, excellent. What else? Stinky kids. How about you got a football player or a hockey player?
Teenagers.
Teenagers smell bad. Bad. Okay, so now we've done a few. What other small things can you do? Light fixtures are super inexpensive, guys, and they make a huge bang for the buck. Huge. I probably just did all the light fixtures in the downstairs of my home. I probably spent $500, and it looks like a whole new. Stella's got a whole new roof in this app. It's totally different. And I didn't spend more. The most money I spent on a light fixture was like, I think I spent $160 on the big Mama Jamma. Okay, so really, really inexpensive fixtures at Lowe's or Home Depot. Okay, changing from if you have, there is something that's coming back that I will tell you, people are looking at nickel and the oil bronze is kind of very popular right now.
Rustic.
Yeah, rustic looking things are a little bit popular right now. If you go and you look at home interior magazines and things like that, one of the greatest things that we have for you over here is we've got that Alaska Homes magazine that comes in, and you guys don't have to go and buy it. It's right in the entryway. They give us stacks of them. You can take a look in there, and remember, buyers are picking those up, and they're thinking that these super high-end homes, that these are the finishes that they're going to get. Stainless steel appliances are kind of a big thing. I'm going to tell you, I have them, I hate them. You can come get mine. They're horrible, but that's only if you live in your house. Okay, if you have and by the way, what I mean by that is people who actually live in their home, who like actually cook in a kitchen, you know, who do things like that. You may want to choose different appliances. You also might want to choose something different when you're selling your property, right? So if you love brass and you have everything in brass, and that's you're personally, you like that, that's fine. If you're going to go sell though, you got to go look and see what other people like. Okay, If you like super bold colors, you might need to tone it down. If your house is too vanilla, you might need to like go get a piece of artwork or something to kind of make it
I
splash.
think bathroom is very important. Someone walking to the bathroom.
Sure, bathrooms can be a big deal. But, and then obviously, I think everyone in here, if you're in real estate, you should know what's the most important room in the house. Kitchen. By far, kitchens sell houses. Okay, dirty kitchens drive people out the door. Okay, same thing with dirty bathrooms. If it's a dirty bathroom, don't put the property on the market.
I like the properties, well, I haven't done real estate, but when I do, like, what I do. I do,
Contracting?
When you go into a house and they have all the kids stuff everywhere. It's like so overwhelming, it's like, really? Wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big, I mean, and again, remember, when you're listing a property, how I like to talk to somebody, I'm in the business of marketing your property. You're in the business of keeping your property in market-ready condition. I'm in the business of marketing your property. You're in the business of keeping, now, that is exhausting. That's like a third job, okay? That really, really is. For a lot of families, that is a third job. If you don't already live like that, does that make sense? And a lot of people don't live like that. And we haven't even talked about hoarding, which is a whole nother kettle of fish. I'm going to tell you right now, I am very, you want to be the second licensee on a hoarder. Anybody know why you want to be the second licensee and not the first?
The first one's just going to offend them.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to tell you, hoarding is a psychological issue. It is not a homeowner issue. It's a mental problem of some form or cause, okay? And literally, when you are in a hoarder's home, you could have the band of merry maids come with shovels, and very quickly that house is going to look exactly like it did before. There's actually a couple photos on YouTube where there's a house that is splitting its foundation. I don't know if anybody has seen it, because it's so packed with crap. Yeah, I mean, I'll try and find it, and I think I might have shared it on my Facebook page. If you're not on my Facebook page, you might want a friend.
What about exterior? What about exterior enhancing?
Yeah, what can you, really super simple things, wash the outside windows.
Paint.
Okay, you can do any touch-up painting that you can. You know, a super simple thing that makes a big impact? Go to Home Depot or Lowe's and look at the exterior numbers on a house. There's some really cool looking exterior numbers. And that's just a super, it's psychologically, it's just like the smallest thing that has a big impact. How about hanging planters and flowers? And by the way, if they won't water them, what should they buy? Plastic or pine cones, you know, some, little fairy garden. Okay?
Keeping the weeds down, just maybe do a quick mow or something.
Hooper scooping. Hooper scooping is a big deal. Okay? If there's anything just obvious. Also, I don't like to, I don't want you to get in trouble, and we don't want the homeowners to be at risk. If there's something obvious that needs to be taken care of, guys, like there's a broken step, or there's a broken window, or there is a hanging down live wire, please don't touch it. Ask them to get it fixed. Yeah, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. Okay, so then we're gonna set the price based on commission, right? Now we're ready. Now what is our job as a listing licensee? Once we get this up on the market, it's ready to go. We've got our sign, we've got the lockbox, we've done the property tour. Okay, we've got flyers in the flyer box. What are you waiting for now? You're waiting for buyers. How can you attract a buyer to a listing? What can you physically do to attract a buyer to a listing? Open house. Open house. Okay, that is where you're inviting the public to come into your listing. Okay, and if it's the only listing you have, maybe I might want to be doing open houses at it. Okay, Aaron, how many open houses did you do at your listing?
Well, weekends I always do 2, so I probably did 3 sets of 2.
So you open house that property 6 times.
And then Sicey did it twice.
Sicey did it
So
twice.
8
open houses. Okay, and you got an offer on the 29th day. Am I right?
54.
54th. Why did I think?
But it was pretty difficult. It was a condo and a complex that just had a lot of listings in Eagle River. It was, interesting.
So
What do you expect when you do open house as a realtor? Like, is there a lot of profit, not really.
Depends on the property, depends on where it's located, depends on the day. What happens when it's a beautiful day? Okay, so Shoshana says everybody comes out, other people say nobody goes out.
Yeah,
I think it's-
I had, but it was at the beginning, right when the
Yeah.
snow started to melt, so.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming out on a rain day.
You know, here's what I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that I've learned is, I don't know. The days that I know that I didn't get people at open houses, are you ready? Were days that I least expected it. Mother's Day. Never thought in a million years people would go out on Mother's Day. They did. Never thought in a million years that people would come on Super Bowl Sunday. There's a ton of people who don't wanna watch football. They never thought in a billion years. Okay, so I don't predict it anymore. I just set my open houses, I just do them. Now, the idea is, I would like to think that every single listing, are you ready? This is statistically should be accurate, may not be accurate in every case, but statistically. You should receive another listing and 2 buyers from that, having that listing. So having listings is highly lucrative because you should be meeting buyers who are coming into that open house or want to see that property, okay? And you should hopefully get like a neighbor or if you do a mail out to the neighborhood, you should hopefully get another couple listing and 2 buyers.
I got my open house last Sunday for pure day. A neighbor walked in and wants me to.
Come down and list their property, right? Yeah, so, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? That's why you list properties. That's why you want to be at somebody else's open house while you're totally willing. Because while the listing licensee may want to go leverage their time to do something else, you might be able to get another buyer or another listing off of that. I have a really super smart licensee. I love what he does. I think it's brilliant. He does 2 things that I think are super brilliant. Are you ready? He never opens his own listings. He always has other people do open houses on his listings. Tell me why you think he might do that.
Well, maybe.
No, he does open houses twice a weekend. He's doing it every weekend. So why is he not doing his open houses? Why is he doing somebody else's open house? His name is already marketed at that property. He already has a listing in front of it. He's already got flyers in front of it. He's putting himself into another property where he can pick up different buyers. Possibly even, are you ready for this? This is Wile E. Coyote, super smart, my ninja realtor.
Double-ended.
No. He puts himself into a property that's like kind but similar, maybe near, so that he can do what?
Recommend. You don't like this one?
Oh my God, we got more! Oh my gosh, isn't that interesting? Super smart. You want to know another thing he does every time somebody walks in and it's not his listing? He introduces himself. He says, "Hi, my name is Jamie. I just want you to know I do not represent the seller on this house." Okay, why does he tell people straight up, I don't represent the seller, this is not my listing. I'm hosting this open house for example, Aaron Asbury. This is not my listing, I'm hosting for Aaron. I do not represent the seller.
Well, that
So I
automatically,
can represent you.
There you go, what else?
it takes the pressure off too, because now that customer is not expecting you to know everything.
That's right. Now, interesting, for you, that takes pressure off of you. That's very smart, James. You know, the other thing I think it does, I think it takes the pressure off the buyer.
Yep.
For them to sit there and be like, oh, okay, so he's not trying to shove his house down my throat. He's just here doing an open house to meet people.
Well, I do always say that.
Dude, good for you. Good for you. I am hosting this open house for another realtor. I do not represent the seller on this home. So not only that, they understand that you can represent them, that allows them to have another higher end conversation about whether or not they're interested in being represented or are already being represented. I actually, now there are some licensees who get very offended at that. I think that is freaking brilliant. Brilliant. Mind ninja. Why am I mind ninjing some people? Yep, I'm gonna make money, okay? So he puts himself in properties that are similar to what he already has listed, but not exact, so he can flip back and forth. He can also meet other buyers that he may not meet if they're only over at his open. He always tells people that he does not represent the seller in the home that he's sitting at, so that they can feel comfortable about having him represent them. I think that's super smart. I like it. Okay. So we're trying to attract qualified buyers. The property has to be in the multiple listing service, you guys, typically to attract buyers. What kind of print advertising can you do? Yeah. What else? Homes and land. Yep. What else? Newspaper, yep.
Does it have any cost for you to be like news alert or any type of post?
Of course.
What's the,
I'm not prepared to tell you that. I don't have the rate sheets in front of me. It depends on how big the page is that you're getting.
oh, it depends on the size of the page,
Or
not
the
the cost
size.
of the top.
Correct. Correct. Okay. What kind of internet advertising can you do?
Craigslist, MLS.
Facebook, Craigslist, Instagram. You can tweet. Pinterest. There's licensees who have entire Pinterest accounts. Does anybody know anything about Pinterest?
Yep.
Okay, what do you know about Pinterest?
It's where you like stuff that you find online,
Mm-hmm.
and then you pin it so you don't, it's kind of like your album or your collection by kind. And that's where I get my inspiration for like homes or clothes or like bucket lists and stuff like that, and I put that in order.
Okay.
Sometimes I share them.
Anybody here use Pinterest? Is it as to look for property?
I haven't ever used Pinterest to look for property, but it's a great place. It's free for you to put advertising on.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe that's
And
the
boards.
best thing, just to have like a.
And for you to look for DIYs and things that, and actually, this is one of the greatest places for you to find things to post on your Facebook account. Believe it or not. And there's people out there that have just a very extensive real estate stuff. There's infographics out there that might be super interesting for you to see. I've got an entire real estate board that's fascinating. Okay. What's that?
LinkedIn.
There is LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is not, LinkedIn was supposed to be the business Facebook. It just never took off. LinkedIn is actually really, if you're looking for a job, LinkedIn is a wonderful resource for you, but not so much when you're selling houses, I'm just being honest. But if you're looking for a position, if people are looking for engineers in the state of Alaska, you want to be on LinkedIn. Okay? All right. What's a virtual tour? Can you do a virtual tour?
It's a video.
Oh, I think I can log in with Facebook. Okay. Oh.
I don't know, do you like virtual tours?
Virtual tours were kind of all the rage. I can't answer whether or not virtual tours are the same. I think videos have now taken over. I think YouTube has now taken over. Is anybody on YouTube? You know what you can be doing every single time you're at a listing? You can take your phone and you can post something to a YouTube channel that you create and you own. Cost you any money? Isn't it? It's free, right? Am I correct?
You can earn money too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
earns
ads.
money on Facebook or on YouTube? Oh, they're the
Google
gurus,
Ads.
right?
Yeah.
Can you earn money on YouTube?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
I guess it's kind of my first thing. Yeah. How do you make money on YouTube?
I sign up for Google Ads and connect it to your account. So every time someone looks at your stuff and then an ad pops out, it starts paying you.
They click it. They click the ad. But,
So,
No, impressions also pay.
you do something like a video of you sticking maybe meal through your eyelid or something like that, and it goes viral. And, then they click on the ads because 10 billion people have watched it and you get paid.
so I have 23 boards, including palette creations, future grandkids, food, house projects, sewing, Europe tour, other stuff. My own app called my Kitchen, my washing and drying, magnificent baths, bodacious bedroom, organized, just pantries, paint colors when I was painting my house. I did all these for paint colors, holidays, cleaning, furniture, yoga, fireplaces, real estate, and knitting. What do you know now about me?
You net.
You like yoga.
You seriously know everything about me right now.
You like fireplaces.
I actually removed a fireplace from my home.
And then
She
you
likes
run in
pictures of
fireplace,
fires.
shopping
You
around
like
in fireplace.
romantic evenings.
I love romantic evenings, but that's all I ever fish.
Romantic
Okay.
evenings,
Okay,
just
so here's I have a real estate, look at this. So look at all of these things that you can do, so keep calm, we will sell it. Inspection will your home pass. Keep calm, list your home with me. Fall maintenance checklist. Look at this.
What is this? This is all on your page? so
This is,
that
I
other
just
people
saved this and
that
then
follow you, see
These
that?
all do.
You search it to Marian and then you pin it.
Yep, so
Yeah,
watch
I
this.
know that, but I didn't realize.
Okay, so look at this. So I don't have to design ads. I can go and look and see what other people in real estate are doing. This says, I help people buy and sell homes, so keep an ear out, okay? Just like this.
I like that, that's cute.
So if you think that's cute, guess who else thinks that's cute?
Somebody else that's
Okay.
buyer.
Okay, so look at here now. Now, once I like something, look at this. Look at all these other things that are related, that are related.
That
Okay.
is what page is that?
That's her page.
I'll pay first.
Called Pinterest. When your buyer client sees the one, oh my God, that's hysterical.
That's Joe's.
Okay, look at him. Okay, board ideas, okay. When I overhear someone talking about real estate, look at that. Okay, but you see that? And then all you do is literally, you can just click on this one, and then it'll take you to other boards that have the same thing. So you can start following people, and anytime they post, if you find somebody who you really like what they're posting, you start following them, and then you have all the access to all the work that they're doing. They're sitting at work pinning things. I'm sitting at work watching what they pin
You know who?
and
you know
deciding
who,
whether or not I like it or not.
Post a lot of stuff on Facebook. The top salesman, Mike. Mike? I don't know.
Mike,
He works here. Mike.
McLean.
Michael Clayton.
Mike McLean.
Mhm.
He's posting every day.
Of course.
Oh,
If you're
yeah,
gonna have-
there's
If you're gonna have, I mean,
Rolf, what's his name? He's
Yeah.
posting constantly.
yeah. So you guys, what are you gonna do? So how do I know what to post? You know, this could kind of help you out. Okay, overlooked real estate marketing ideas. Maybe I want to read about this. Maybe I want to get on here. 41 Facebook marketing ideas. 5 seeds of real estate. Create, marketing. There's little classes. They'll put you over to different stuff. These infographics, you guys, buyers and sellers love infographics. You might find some different things. How about we talked about having custom business cards. Look at this. Come on, open. Open, damn it. So 15 cool real estate business cards. Look at this. So different ideas. So,
That one. The opportunity.
see,
Wait, what was the oppor one back there? Back up.
which one?
That one.
This one?
Yeah, I like that.
This one?
Yeah.
I would tell you not to do that.
Why?
Number one, it makes me want to have a seizure. Number two, it's thrown in the garbage. Just telling you. Okay. Hunting pro properties. I'm asking
I
my
say
opinion.
tomato, you say
Ask me my
tomato.
opinion,
It's all
I'll tell
good.
you.
Tell us how you really feel about
You
it.
know what? I never had a problem doing that. Okay?
They look like street art,
First of all,
but it's like-
makes me want to have a seizure and it's one of the tracks.
Yeah. Would you like to know anything else?
right there.
Okay, but look, most essential home buyer tips. What if you don't copy this? What if you just use the information that's on it? But look at somebody else put all this effort and interest into doing this. You don't have to do a damn thing.
You just remove their faces from their tweeters.
Or whatever. So do you see what I'm saying? Why might you want to be checking this out? This is actually what I call, and I'm sorry to offend anyone, this is girl porn.
Girl porn.
This is girl porn. This is not, girls do not spend time looking at naked bodies. Girls spend time looking at this stuff. Okay? You guys are, you're like,
Not really sure how to
what?
respond.
I know, he's like, I just saw his face. He's all like,
What?
what? This is what girls spend their time looking at, boys. Isn't this interesting?
Yes, knitting.
Yeah, now you know about me. Look, I've had a future grandchild board. I should tell you when I set this up. This is so many years ago. See, look at that. And if you think I was obsessed, just a little.
That's a lot.
Well, I found out I was having a grandchild, so guess what I did,
Very crazy.
right? All right, like stop it right now. There's more. What? There's more. Do you see
And that
that?
was just like day 2.
Yeah. But literally, there's so many cute things. Stop it right now. There's so many cute things that you have. But do you see the point? Okay?
Content.
And by the way, you don't have to like what I like, you can like what you like. And oh, by the way, guys, There's hunting. They got crap for boys for days. I'm not even kidding.
You know, so I've got opened a Pinterest account.
Oh my God, he
and
just
they asked-
admitted it.
No. No, I've had it for a while. But anyway, they ask you to pick a few items, right? And they
Yeah.
boy profile you. And then what did I start getting?
Anything that
I said it
interests you.
I said like bike stuff and like some photography stuff,
Mhm.
architecture stuff, and I think that's basically who I don't know, whatever. And then so they start sending me porn.
Yeah, porn, like
Porn.
like real naked people,
Like porn.
like real naked people.
Like
can you stop that?
very like
Oh,
on the edge,
Oh,
Facebook
weird.
porn.
oh
And
wow.
I was like, no, none of that.
On
That's not what I
Pinterest?
want. I don't like photography. That's right. On Pinterest.
Really? That's stunning. I've never seen
It
it.
was
Now,
like,
I never heard of
Yeah,
that. My
I know.
sister loves Pinterest. I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of it either, but they have home.
well,
So
they have a profile. Like if you like this, and this, you must be a guy, and so they probably also want this as well.
Oh, interesting, very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so they
By
have
influence.
all of these different, I mean, these are their basic, they have popular everything, gifts, videos, animals and pets, architecture, art, cars and motorcycles, celebrities, DIY and crafts, design, education, film, music and books, food and drink, gardening, geek, hair and beauty, health and fitness, history, holidays and events, home decor, humor, illustrates and posters, kids and parenting, men's fashion, outdoors, photography, products, quotes, science and nature, sports, tattoos, technology, travel, weddings, and women's fashion. FYI, if you want to know where half the crap comes that's posted on Facebook, half the crap that's posted on Facebook comes from here.
And half the crap on there is from Facebook.
That's correct. And I think also we've got, what's the other one?
Feedback's like.
No, not Craigslist. I'm so sorry, not Craigslist, but what, Instagram. Everybody saves photos to Instagram, uploads them to Facebook, saves them on Pinterest. So it's like this little circle. And when you see something that you think is funny, like, and hopefully this will be good, humor, let me try humor. And they've got videos and what do they call them, memes? I don't even know how to say that right, memes. You know, they've got all of that stuff. You can watch videos, you can see little memes on here, they've got GIFs, you know. 28 Ways a Cat is having a worse day than you are. So if you want to know why that's loaded on your Facebook account, because somebody thought that was funny, and they put it up. But long story short, this whole thing, so I just am interested in real estate, right? So then when I find somebody that I really like, I just start to follow them up, and then I get stuff. How interesting is that? Did you know that that was out there? You did? Okay, are you using it for Facebook content at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can also find, look, 15 cool real estate agent business cards from printaholic.com. I didn't even know Printaholic existed, did you? You know, so if you want those seizure-inducing cards, they're right here. Okay. They're so amazing.
Are they cheaper than Vista?
I can't answer that question, right, because we'd have to see what an order would be.
You don't like the pages of Dolly, right?
I'm sorry?
No, you don't like the pages of
No,
Dolly.
Salvador Dali's okay. He's all right. But I mean, I don't care for those. I don't care for. I mean, everybody likes what they like. You guys should pick what you like, not what I like, what you like. Just because I don't care for it doesn't mean I'm only the arbitrator of my taste, not anybody else's, right? Okay. So open house. Are you going to do any direct mail? So what can you do for direct mail pieces, you guys? To increase traffic to your listing. What do you think? I can tell you the cheapest, best thing you should do for every listing. They're called just listed and just sold postcards. If you have a price change, I would do a price change postcard. I would make a decision on how many postcards you want to send out, and I would blanket the neighborhood. There are other people right now who they are taking, so the map function on this, so this brand new listing right here, I'm going to do a one that's like kind of a more, I'm going to pick, how about we pick 308 on Heather Meadow Loop. There's some licensees who right now are spending time on the hot sheet, and they're taking this listing right here on South Heather Meadow Loop. They're doing a tax search on Heather Meadow Loop. They're getting a list of addresses, and they're sending out just listed postcards to not their own listing, but someone else's. Or do you have a buyer for this home? Okay, did you just hear me? So when a property lists, what do you think people want to know? When a house comes up in your area, what do you ever, like, I wait for the postcard to hit my mail box. Does anybody else in here do that? Do you get real estate porn in your mailbox? Do you get postcards and, do you get that? I wait for that. I can't wait. When I see a listing go up, I'm like, I'm gonna be getting a postcard that tells me that they just listed that property. And when I get that matching just sold postcard, I keep those two together. Why would I sell real estate. Why would I collect other realtors' stuff that they give me, first of all, they know who I am and they pay to send it to me. Don't you think that's absurd?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
So you don't
so
make
if I'm
the
going to
same
send,
mistake.
if I'm going to send out postcards to people, I'm at least gonna take a look at the list to see if I can see any people that I know are obvi real estate licensees. And I'm certainly not gonna send, what my favorite thing is when all of the managers get together and we bring in our bucket loads of real estate marketing material that's been sent to us. Okay, because I wanna look, first of all, I love receiving what other people send me, right? But I'm also super curious about how people are marketing the neighborhood. What are they saying? You know, what kind of postcard? Where did they get it from? Did they get it from, you said something, Honeycomb said Vistaprint. How much is that compared to Vistaprint? Did they go on Vistaprint and get that? Who printed this? You know, is this a piece that they got locally? Is this something they ordered off the internet? Who printed it? I wonder how much it cost, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Heather Meadow Loop. So let me show you something really interesting. Okay, so and you guys, I bet you want to know how to get addresses. Does anybody know how to get addresses?
Yes, you showed me.
Okay.
Back search.
Okay, so remember I told you I tend to like grid searches because those are easy. You can also
Read search, yeah.
you can go to grid search Southwest 2833. Can somebody remember that? Southwest 2833. Okay, so I'm going to come over to taxes. Okay, and I'm going to do a tax search. I'm going to come down here because remember I like starting big and I like making it little. That's the idea. Southwest 2833, am I correct? Mm-hmm.
So to get to that, you want to get to the
I
tax
checked
field?
the tax, I got the grid.
So to get to that screen though, you want to?
I'm on taxes, tax search,
Taxes, tax search.
okay? And I come down here and I say, so that is one thing I got, I just got the grid. You see here, it says it gives me 418 results. Now, maybe I don't want my mailing to be 418 pieces, that's fine, but watch this. Here are all the addresses for that neighborhood. How do you like them apples?
You gotta watch that. I did a mailing like that once, and it wasn't, sometimes they were renting the house, their mailing address or something different.
Right,
Thank
you for saying that. There's a way that you can vet every single one of these listings. How do you vet it?
I don't know, because I went back in and looked at the second page.
Oh, I'll tell you how you can vet it. So I can take this, first thing I do is I go through and you can download, now I can do many different things. I can download this into an Excel file, okay? And I can sort by an Excel file. I'm gonna send anything that's out of state, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send them a separate mailing. Why would I send somebody who's out of state a separate mailing?
Because they may be sick of having their house in Alaska and being somewhere else.
Thumbs up to you.
Well, they want to sell their house because they're renting it.
They're renting it. So if I can find somebody, and I'm looking for one just for you guys, I can do it in Excel, I can do it faster, but I'm just looking. See if you see anything that is out of state. I've never not done 400 addresses and never. Okay, here we go, Seattle. So Mr. Jim Akers, so James L. Akers Jr. owns a property in Anchorage, but where does he actually live?
Seattle.
Lives in Seattle. Okay, So I wouldn't send him a just listed postcard at his Anchorage address. I'd send it to his Seattle address. Do you see that? And also I would send him a different postcard. You're an out-of-state seller. Want to know the value of properties, of your rental in Anchorage? Why would I send him that? That's a different piece, more specific to him.
You might even, there wouldn't be that many of them, so you might even just write the guy a letter.
Exactly, there you go. Write him a letter, same cost. But anyway, long story short, that's how hard that is. Now, a couple of things that you never do, guys. Don't ever send stuff to the MOA. They're going to throw it away. Never send stuff to homeowners associations. They're going to throw them away. You want to be a little bit careful. I will look and say, I saw Halverson. So when I see Halverson, irrevocable trust, Halverson, J&E and LT trustees, I'm going to see if it's the Halverson family, like Laura Halverson, okay, who's a real estate licensee at RE/MAX Property. I'm going to, you can do if you download the MLS roster, you can do what's called a VLOOKUP, and you can compare all real estate licensees. That's a higher end thing that you can do later on. But I can just go through here and I can just see different things. What about people who are putting their properties in trusts? What do we know about them?
They're not selling, right?
Not necessarily. They might be selling. You can, depending on their kind of trust situation, they can put property in and out of trust. But you're correct. They probably have a little bit more money because they probably paid, most likely, paid an attorney to set up a trust. So what do I know about them?
Savvy.
Little bit more savvy, okay? Now, here's a perfect point. Do you see here? Dwight and Barbara Bowden. I'm going to save myself the mail and not send Dwight and Barbara a piece. Okay, why is that? Because they're realtors. They work in my same office. That's just dumb. Okay? Now, what happens if I said, okay, Teresa, that's too many addresses. What can I do? Can I modify my search at all?
Yes, you can look at the history and see how long they've been living there in the property. If they just moved in, I don't think they're selling anytime.
Watch this. It was just Meadow, right? I just put in their street name. I got how many addresses? Oh, too many. I got 764 addresses. What was my, so let me go back to my address search. So I could bring it down by doing a better address. So whatever that one was, I can't remember. Okay, so if I have too many addresses, I can bring it down by just doing the street. So what I would tell you is, let's just say, for example, you're going to tell me, Teresa, I don't want to do 400. I'm like going to be, okay, cool. What could you do? What about 25? What about the people just on the street? Would that be worthwhile for you to do? So do you see what I'm saying? Just listed, just sold, that type of thing. That's really super smart. Not very expensive. It's very easy for you to get the names and addresses. I am not the accountant. You're the accountant. So if you want to know how much that would cost, what do you do?
Close research.
There you go. Perfect. Okay. So if you're going to do direct mail, and by the way, we have those postcards upstairs. Have you guys seen the just listed, just sold postcards? Okay. You can have the marketing department design the back of them. We have them in where they are an entire sheet. Okay. The postcard itself is free. Okay. The printing can cost you money or not cost you money, depending on how you do it. You can run it through the machine. You can have marketing do it. You can do a lot of things yourself. Okay. Or you can choose to have somebody else do it. You can pay a fee. Can I tell you something else you can do? Anybody know any kids? Or as I like to call them, real estate minions? Do you have a couple of real estate minions?
Oh, yeah.
You got a couple of real estate, do they maybe know how to do stuff that you might not be able to know how to do? Okay, so could I get my real estate minions to do some design work for me, possibly on the side? And because I'm going to take them to McDonald's later, maybe they'd help me out, see where I'm at. You can have people that you know help you do some things. Okay, maybe you can trade them something else, right? Do you have to get a graphic artist to do some of this stuff? No. We have publisher upstairs. You guys can do some of this stuff for yourself if you're willing to spend a little time. And so if I needed to know how to use publisher, what would I do?
YouTube it.
Avery.com and you type in postcard format.
There, yeah, perfect.
Pulls up a thing.
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
save it for
Yes.
them.
Yes. But
What's
let's
it
say
called?
Avery.com.
Avery?
Avery, like the label company. I'm just, also, Microsoft Word. You guys go to Microsoft Word and say postcards. Guess what'll pop up? Same thing. So what was I saying, publisher?
They have an app too.
Oh, Microsoft tutorial for beginners. Looky there. You see all this? Any of this cost any money? None of this costs any money. What can you be doing when you're sitting on floor time and you're not being, you don't feel like you're being productive? This is what I might do on floor time if I was not being productive. Okay, let's say after all of our marketing, we get an offer in. Woohoo! We get an offer. What is the first thing we need to do on our offer? Think about that. Come back in 10 minutes, please.
Make sure they're pre-qualified.
Yes, good job. Come back in 10 minutes and tell me more. What does that mean?
Look at the financing type, see if it matches what you want to accept.
I'm conservative. Yeah, I'm so conservative. Hey, who had the crucifix above their door? Yeah, who flipped out?
But the wording, I do work ammunition, sure. I work food, sure.
Do you really?
Oh, absolutely.
You're a food hoarder?
Oh,
How
absolutely.
about seeds? Are you on seeds?
No, I'm boarding food and boarding ammunition, sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
Are you an operator?
Yes. No, here's the deal. But don't forget something.
Yes.
I came from a country when I see tyrannical government, what your government can do.
Yeah.
It's coming here too. It's
Oh,
coming
yeah,
here too.
yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Hey, by the way, I now, after watching The Big Short, I now am interested in seeds and water, where I wasn't interested in seeds or water before. Because, you will hear me say all the time, you can get your food at the store. What happens if you can't get your food at the store?
Well, there's a time point. There's a time point. Let's say Fred Mayer at Walmart, you walk in, the shelves are empty, what you gonna do?
I'm going to attack you first. But you have ammunition, so I'm going to do that. No, I have 2 ponies. They look really nice in my freezer.
I'm gonna shoot it.
2 points.
See Monday,
See my name.
10 to 2, 10 to 1,
No.
10 to
10
4.
to 4. 10 to 4, good buddy. With your CV, 9 to 1.
Yeah, right.
What was it? 9 to 1.
9 to 1.
9 to 1.
So,
What's Monday?
you know,
9 to 1.
talking,
I'm sorry, profit.
We have more classes.
We have classes for 6 weeks, Abraham.
We have classes for 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Really?
Really?
When am I get to make some money?
Okay, when's your license gonna come in? Okay.
Don't know. Well, but I'm saying though, I kind of have to start making some money.
Uh-huh. You have to have a license.
Is it okay you can miss some days or not?
No, but how's that? No.
No, but I
It's
still
not
have
okay.
to pay mortgage.
Yeah.
My kids and
Yeah.
be super cool.
Be a super cool guy. Be a
and be a
super cool
super guy. So all these 6 months of classes,
6 weeks.
6 weeks of classes are gonna be every day from 9 to 1.
Every day from 9 to 1 except for Tuesdays, which is sales meeting, tour, and then in the trenches.
What's the meeting?
It's a class that happens every Tuesday from 1 to 1:30 to 2:30.
That is good news.
And
Or
so
maybe not.
And so when you want training and you're saying, where's my training? This is when it happens.
Oh, and do we need to sign up every day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good to know, because I haven't signed up.
Okay, sign in. Well, you don't have a license yet. You're not giving out credit yet. So.
Oh.
Okay, so you have to sign in order to get credit. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. But see, you can learn so many different things I learned how to tie a tie. I don't, I have boys. I didn't know how to, that's not something they give you in the mom book, how to tie a tie on someone else.
Have you read the book At Knit's End
At Knit's End? I don't think so.
by Stephanie Pearl McPhee.
No.
It's hilarious.
Is it really? Do I need to read it?
Yeah.
Here's my phone. I'll put a note in my phone. At knits, and I like that.
It's hilarious.
The only thing that frustrates me about knitting is I have not learned yet how to cast on. I just have, like, it's a muscle memory thing that I don't like.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. So, how long does it usually take to get the license?
Do you remember what Mary told you?
I guess I need to call you.
There's no one to call. They're going to get it when they get it. And as a matter of fact, we're very careful about not irritating them. And I'm not kidding about that.
I'm sure the municipality.
Have you checked the
No.
website?
I'm just doing that.
Oh.
It's okay. She's so smart. She's like,
Mine felt like it took a really long time to come in too, but
How long did it take?
forever. Felt like.
Well, when you apply for business license, sometimes it takes up to 3 weeks.
it's faster.
Yeah, they printed mine right there.
But you can call, like when, if you have any issue, you call and they'll be like, they have a system where they go by names. There's a certain amount of people there. You just call them up, call the record, and
Mine didn't have any problem.
Oh, yay, thank
I
you.
filled out the wrong form, that was not the correct form. Had to fill out it again.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Abraham, is it for Nanny?
Well, that's like 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah, to get my business license.
He's talking about his.
Oh, that's really sick.
What's your, Hernandez's board?
For my really sick.
how many comparables do you want in
What's your property? It depends on what it is.
Eagle River?
I got mine better, 4 bedrooms, literally vintage December 25.
I was
Oh.
active, I'd like to see a couple. If there's
Yeah.
any that are pending, I'd like to see
Literally
a couple.
printed
And I typically, I want a minimum if I can get it of 3.
What radius one?
Okay, so what, do you have a grid? So I don't see you on there with them.
So I'm not.
Not yet. Okay. So tell me a grid. How about a grid? Do you know how to find the grid? Is your criteria?
Gonna come, my friend.
Okay. So do you want to watch me do this?
I don't like that.
You don't like what?
Turn the lights on.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Do you want to come up here and take a look at what I'm doing? And is it a residence or do I need to? Residence, okay. So I'm going active listing, so I'm only doing active, pending, and closed. So stay with me. And I just need to write down or remember what the grid number is.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm doing residential, correct, active, pending, and closed. Okay. And I'm going straight up, I'm going to start with the grid.
Okay.
So that's just me. And it's in Eagle River, is that correct? So I will come up here and it will say area 90? Or is it going to 100? So there's 808 results possible that I go into a grid. And the grid is? Near place 06. I don't see the zeros of it. So I have only 4 results. So now I might need to spread out a little bit. So I've got a closed, pending. 2 pendings, 1 closed. And now, but theoretically, look at this. Is my property at all matching? 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 14, see, I've got 14,000, 4 bedroom, but I've got one that's already 31.72, one that's 26.45. So what's my, oh my God. 6.5, wait a minute, so do 0.65, let me go back. I might have done 6.3. 30,000. West.
So you don't find your comparables to the CMA firm, you know, like do a search
I do a
yourself?
search, yeah. Yeah, I'm, let me see what page. Something popped out. So I try and get as many as I possibly can. Because Eagle River can be, bigger, so I'm on Woodland Avenue. And I have Yearville 77, 5 level, 1977, 12 square foot, 2440. So I can take a look and say, okay, so 304 is their tax value in 2015, so 2016, it's up here. It's 311. Okay, so I'm thinking, and tell me, Woodland Drive directly. Did you do a perimeter around it? How did you?
No, I just, yeah, I did a mile around.
You did a mile around it. Okay. And what kind of comps did you come up with? So you're 26 comps.
Yeah, but I don't like. And that's just within the mile.
Okay, well that's quite good.
But a lot of them don't really compare to this year,
Okay, and what's the difference on the year?
like new construction versus.
Okay, okay, so then that's an easy way for you to do, so we can come over here and competitive search, right? And we can say, because you did the perimeter, we can say, state change out of field. Construction type. We can change. Is there anything about the floor style about this particular question? Okay. Anything, so you haven't seen it, anything that might be, that do we see how much, do you remember how big it was? So what we could do. Does that have a unit for the two? Northwest, US 3. And then where are you, so I don't want to skip out, but Northwest is. Now, you could use what you've got here. Yeah, those are way before. So within that mile, oops, whoa. Did I just do that just for that? You got this touchpad.
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. That's great. Yes.
Okay, and so when you came up here to the map, right, what was your,
Yeah, it's real slow.
so I guess you could do. The only other thing I'd have to do is I'd have to look at a grid map and see like how around you want to get. You want to stay as close as you can, you don't want to go over the mile and that is good. And if you haven't seen it, you could do a preliminary, you could also do what's called a statistical. You could go back to your big one, and you could say, okay, now we'll just do this for stats. Unless, I mean, are you going on a listing presentation? Okay, so yeah, you could just, so I always do, that's my favorite way to do it. If I'm going out, I've never seen your house, I don't know who you are, I'm gonna go out and I'm going to do a statistical CMA, there's 3 different types of CMAs you can do. One's the full, one's the middle, and then the statistical's over here. And until I go and see your house, I can also have all the comps pull up, and I can go through and I can start pulling them up one by one and start either keeping them in or kicking them out. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so either way. Yep, so if you want to go get your one, now mine is down to the 4, you're going to want to get your bigger one. The one we just did on the mile, so you're going to have to go to your. Yeah, so take that out, yeah, just take this one. Take it off and clear it. So that might do it. Okay, and then you can do like, send them, select all, send them to your CMA program, and then the third CMA that comes up is your very last one, that's your statistical CMA. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so once you get, okay, so Erin, once you get an offer, what do you got to do, guys? Lots, you're right. Before you call your seller up, what do I need you to do? It's called vet the offer. What does vet the offer mean?
Call the lender.
Call the lender. What are we doing with the lender? Yeah. Have you actually physically met with them? Why am I asking a lender if you've actually physically met with them?
Well, wouldn't they already have that letter from the lender?
They could. Doesn't mean not all lender letters are the same. Some lender letters are crap. If I have some very good friends in lending, if I called them up right now and asked them to write you a lender letter, and I gave them a budget, guess what they would do? They would do it for me, because they know me. Okay? Does it mean that they've been qualified? No. They're gonna write a lender letter that says, once I meet with Diane, and I then sit there and look at her finances, then we'll make a final determination on whether or not we're gonna lend or not. So by the way, not all lender letters are the same. Not all mortgage companies are the same. Some mortgage companies are absolute crap. Gold-plated crap. I said it. Okay? Some mortgage originators I know never meet with people. They call up, they pull credit, and then they issue 90% letters. It's not that they're bad people. What do they believe in? They believe in the law of averages, okay? They believe in the law of averages, that the average buyer who calls them up, as long as they've got a good credit score, is probably gonna be able to qualify. What do I believe in? I believe in knowing whether or not someone qualifies, okay? So we're gonna be really careful with qualifying. Okay, so Erin, what are the steps that you took when you got your offer in?
Well, the first thing is to kind of assess the schedule, the
Okay.
transaction schedule, and see if it's going to fit.
Okay, and how do you do that, guys?
Looking at the dates.
Oh, perfect,
Yeah.
okay?
To
So
see
we're,
when certain things need to roll out. Obviously, you can get a sense of the character of the offer, or like the tone of the buyer, if like they're pushing for you to get it in by 1 p.m. the next day to make a response, that sort of thing. For instance, I got 2 offers very close together, one cash, one conventional. And they were very different just in tone, just what they were asking for and the times that they were putting. Yeah, and I think that's just based on the nature of what they cash. They were very aggressive versus the conventional offer was obviously giving us a little bit more room. Yeah, and trying to take care of what we needed to do on our side. But right now, we just had an inspection, so I just got the, after we accepted the offer, we went to get inspection, just got that, and now got the repairman.
Okay, so you're working on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get together on that. All right, so, very first thing when you get an offer, number one, there's 2 places you go to immediately. Well, probably 3. Okay, can I tell you what the 3 places are? Okay, on an offer, you're going to look and see, and I'll pull up an offer for you guys. So I have a dummy offer on here. I'm immediately pulling up and I'm seeing, how much what was my price, right? Don't you want to know what the price was? And where do you find that? Where do you find price? Okay, where do you find price on an offer? Where do you find it?
Second line,
Page 1.
page one.
Page 1. That's what I'm looking for, guys.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay.
Your price.
No. That's
How
okay.
much the offer on the price or your price?
You were looking at, when you receive an offer, I'm looking for something that says dummy offer.
Right there.
Do you see it?
Right in the middle.
Under Ken.
There you go, dummy offer. And I'm looking for the purchase and sale agreement. The updated, nope, I've got an updated purchase and sale agreement. Give me a sec. With an old purchase and sale agreement, I gotta make sure there it is. So we're gonna look at the purchase and sale agreement.
Can I interrupt
Of course you
just real
can.
quick? You were talking about systems and like transaction organization.
Mhm.
Can we maybe go over that since I see you have everything in this nice, clean transaction window for this particular offer?
Sure.
Because I'm finding it like I'm having to, download it, and put it in the dot loop, and then pull it
Mm-hmm.
into another folder, and then upload that before I send it out an email. So I've got like redundant copies of things all over the place, and I'm sure there's got to be a much cleaner way to do it.
Yeah, I would tell you, I don't upload, I am gonna tell you a super secret. I don't use electronic signatures for clients. I use real signatures. Okay, that's gonna save a whole bunch of stuff, but it does mean that I might do a little bit more running around, but I'm willing to do that. Okay, because sometimes you have to do running around anyway. Also, I have clients come in and I present offers to them, so I like wet signatures. Okay, now I'm old school. 99% of other licensees, especially if you're new in the business, you prefer to doing everything on your phone electronically. My clients, however, are similarly situated to me, where they actually want to read paper. They want to look over things. I make them a spare copy for them to mark on and for me to mark on, okay? And then I have them sign wet copies. That's my personal choice. You guys run your own business. You get to do what you want. I only upload documents to .loop at the end, the final documents. Okay, and the other thing that, thank you for saying, you want to know a way to keep yourself in line. Has everybody seen these running around the office?
Use those. Those are awesome.
Yeah. Okay, and did you show me, and when you get an offer, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to show you how I put together an offer. I have every single document in a certain order, okay? And I'm going to tell you, now, the reason why we use these guys, can I tell you a big fat reason? They're free. You can go to the office supply store and you can spend hundreds of dollars on folders. Okay? Shoshana, I'm sure you, yeah, copy copy. Okay. These are provided to you as a courtesy from the title company.
Thank you.
Okay? What do I want you to open them up and see? When people keep talking to me about systems, I have kind of a hard time conceptualizing what you're talking about because we only have a few dance steps. And we only have a few documents. So when people talk about systems, every single one of you has to do something that works for you. Now, I will tell you that I've been selling real estate for so long, I don't like these folders anymore, and there's a reason why. I like things that are a little bit more sturdy, and I like things that are letter size versus legal size. Believe it or not, we used to have all of these files used to be all of our contracts used to be legal size, which is why these, oh, so sorry, thank you, why these came about, right? Okay, now our contracts are what size? Letter size. So I like this. This fits in my drawers better. And the reason why I like these is they already have what we call Acrobacs. Does everybody know what an Acrobac is? This is where you can punch documents. It's already done. Okay, and it has a couple of inserts just like this, so I can have a lot of different documents.
Where can you buy them?
I need to buy these anywhere. These are from Office Depot, Office Max, whatever it is now. I think one of them took over the other one. But long story short, while you're starting, use these, and I'm gonna tell you why. A box of these, 25 of these is like 250 bucks. Okay, they're expensive. These are free, and they're up in your production rooms. Use them. They also say buyer seller on here. Okay, they also have places for your notes. They also have check boxes. They got places for you to write. Okay, so they've got all the seller. They got a seller's net proceeds in here. They've got a title insurance rates. Once you start doing this business for a really long time, you're going to start to be able to remember what the costs of things are off the top of your head. Just like when I go to the grocery store and I go buy eggs, I pretty much know how much the 12 dozen, the dozen eggs I'm going to pay is. I'm not very interested in. I mean, I know for a fact they're going to be about $2, right? If I buy the cage free, I'm going to spend $5. If I buy the super fancy ones in the organic section, I'm going to spend $7. But if I buy just the regular eggs, I'm going to spend about $2. So do you see what I mean? I pretty much know what eggs cost now, so I don't need the cheat sheets anymore. Okay. All right. So knowing how to process a deal. Okay. How many dance steps you have working as a listing licensee versus how many dance steps you have working for the buyer. Okay. So purchase and sale agreement. Very first page of your first purchase and sale agreement. And if I can get rid of this window screen, I will. I don't know that I can. I'm sorry. I don't see how I can close this off. But the very first thing everybody is looking at, guys, is, come on, don't do that. I'm sorry, that's highly irritating, but it won't. First thing you're going to look at is here. You're going to look at the price that somebody offered, right? That's the first thing I'm looking at. Probably, to be honest, the next thing my eye automatically goes to is what kind of financing it is. So I'm looking to see what kind of, are they doing conventional VA, FHA? Are they doing some kind of hybrid loan program? Are they with Cook Inlet Housing? Are they doing HUD 184? Are they doing, are they doing some kind of wacky loan program that I don't know anything about? Okay, because if they're doing a wacky loan program that I don't know anything about, what am I immediately thinking? No, I'm immediately thinking I better find out what's going on. I better find out about this loan program. If I've never heard of a 203KB program, I better go talk to somebody who can tell me what 203KB means.
You know financing, you know
everything. If you know financing, I can help anybody buy a house. If I don't know financing, then I don't know that even exists and it's out there. Okay, the more people that I can get into houses, the more houses I can sell. The more people I can get into houses, the more financing programs I know that are available, the crappier listings I can take and I can actually get them sold. Okay, does that make sense? It's all about knowing financing. Okay, so then the very next place I'm actually going, just to be honest with you, just me, is I'm looking at what we call the terms and conditions. That's the next place I'm going, because why do I want to know terms and conditions?
How much do they want in addition to?
Right, what are they asking for in addition to the amount that they've offered? Okay, so I think it's on page 7, yep, 7 of 9. So I'm immediately going to this section, we call it the additional terms and conditions. Some of us will say, we'll say item number 29. Not very many people say item number 29. Most people say additional terms and conditions. It's going to be on page 7 of 9. And I'm going to read and see what they're asking my seller to do. So this particular person is asking for $9,500 in closing costs. Okay, the heating system, and let's just say the home warranty, this stuff right here were asterisks if-thens, right? Okay, so they're asking me, they're offering me a certain price, then they're telling me what kind of financing. It was VA financing. What do I know about government financing? So VA financing is zero down. Zero down. So they're asking me to do what we would, older licensees will say, a 000. Okay, a 000 means no down payment, no closing costs, no prorations, no reserves, no nothing. So this buyer wants to move into this house for no money. Okay, that's a function of this loan. I'm not judging it. I'm telling you it's a function of this loan. It's totally fine to do this.
Okay, so I'm running to a person this station. What happens when like the person that sells has to pay the closing costs. Where the closing costs come off? Is that something that the seller,
Proceeds, the proceeds,
the seller has to pay out of their pocket, or it comes out of the loan?
proceeds.
Proceeds means out of the loan,
No, proceeds means out of their net.
out of their net.
Correct.
So
So-
whatever they net is coming off of that.
So if I have so watch this. So I've got a sale price of a house,
Uh-huh.
okay?
Let's set a price, let's set a price.
$300,000,
Wait,
$300,000.
okay,
Because I don't know a house that's selling for $20,000, do you?
no, I want.
Okay, so $300,000.
Okay.
So I owe, it's off to work I go, $200,000 on this house.
Perfect.
Okay, what's my net
100,000,
right now? What's my cost of sale?
6%.
That's just the commission, what else?
Whatever you pay for.
Seller has to pay closing, seller has costs that they have to pay. Largest amount of closing costs that a seller has to pay is the title insurance premium. Next is followed by the appraisal, and then they have other costs that they have to pay. Okay? So a seller has to pay money to sell their house. Largest amount is the commission, then followed by their closing costs.
Okay.
Okay, so typically, here's your rough estimate. Are you ready? Your rough estimate is 8% of the sales price. I'm almost going to be a winner chicken dinner, but not always. 8% of the sales price. So 8% of $300,000 is what?
It's the cost of sale.
Cost of sale. Okay, right? So then if I have $24,000 I'm paying in closing costs, now somebody's asking me to pay $10,000 in closing, I'm sorry, my personal closing costs, my seller's closing costs are 24. Then if a buyer is asking me to pay 10, that's 34, am I correct? Minus 100 is what? About $76,000?
66.
66,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna trust your math, not mine. I only do math on a calculator. Okay, so $66,000 would be their net. So where did the closing costs come off of? Their proceeds. Difference between what they owe on the property and what they're gonna sell it for, minus cost of sale. Okay, yes ma'am.
Is it frowned upon if they want to pay a buyer wants the seller to pay a closing cost?
No, it is actually typical
But I
of
need to add
every
it to the
offer.
sale price.
It can be added to the sale price. It's
But
not
then-
frowned upon.
but
But you
then-
have to know that there's enough room for an appraisal.
That's what my.
Yeah, so if the price is really high, and then you're asking to add closing costs on top, that might be tough to get an appraisal. But that's not, if I'm the buyer, that's not my problem. The appraisal is not my problem if I'm not the buyer. Whose problem is the appraisal? The seller. Okay, that's their problem, what the property appraises at.
What is
Okay, so how'd you pay the closing costs? How'd the seller pay the closing costs, guys?
Proceeds.
From their proceeds. From their proceeds.
Is there an average of closing costs as far as for the buyer?
A buyer, it takes a buyer, if they're doing a no down payment, it costs them about 3%. If they're doing a down payment, 3.5, it's about 6.5% down payment and closing costs. And if they're doing a conventional, it can be, if they're doing 5, 10, 15, 20% down, plus closing costs of about 3%.
3%.
Typically, there's down payment plus closing costs. So it depends on the closing costs. It depends on the buyer. Okay, but typically you're not, now, again, 3% of $300,000 is how much? 369, right? So if you're asking 3%, and you can do that, I mean, that's pretty consistent around the board. I'm not exact. Does that make sense to everybody? I'm not exact, I'm just using regular numbers.
Yeah,
And I'll be pretty close, but I won't be spot on.
no, that's fair enough.
Okay?
And that 8% includes 6%.
8% for the seller, if you're doing a 6% commission, typically buyers' own cost to sell. You know, what they have to pay, no matter what, is about 2%. Okay, then if they get asked to pay closing costs, then they're paying 6 plus 2 plus typically 3. It's a lot of money to sell your house. So it costs money to buy a house, it costs money to sell a house. Oh, and by the way, we haven't even talked about repairs yet. Okay, everybody follow that? Okay, so once we get the offer in, so we're looking at the terms. Now we're gonna go do what I like to call, now we're gonna look at the offer and we're gonna say, wait a minute, can I accept this offer? So typically, if I get an offer at full price with no terms or cash with no terms, that's an offer I wanna accept right now. Would you all agree? Full price, no terms? If I can live with that offer, I'm accepting that offer. How about cash, no terms? Those are the best offers you can possibly get, okay? Now, here's something that's really interesting. I need you guys to know this. Cash is not king in real estate. Cash is not king. Cash does not negotiate you crap, okay? All cash does for a seller. So if I say to Diane, well, Diane, I'm going to pay cash for your property. She's going to be like, great. Okay, the only difference between a cash deal and a financing deal are 2 small items. One is if I'm paying cash, I can close fast, typically within 5 days, business days. The only cost savings is I don't have to pay for an appraisal. That's it. So that's about a $700 to $800 savings. So when people say, I want 20% off the price because I'm paying cash, what do I say? Okay, do you follow me down the road? If the only thing a cash offer saves me is the cost of an appraisal, okay, then cash is not king in real estate. What's king?
Conventional.
Conventional is king. Okay, now 5 days and $700 versus 45 days and $700. I don't know about you, but for an extra $20,000, I'll wait 45 days and I'll pay $700. Do you see that? So cash is not king. So people who walk around saying, I'm paying cash, so I should get some kind of ginormous discount, what do you need to tell them? The only thing a cash offer saves a seller is the cost of an appraisal and time. That is it. And let me ask you a question, Mr. Buyer. Okay, would you be willing to take 20% less for your property so you could close it in 5 days? Or I could wait for 30 days and make $20,000 more. So anybody in here would be willing to forego your $20,000 for 30 days?
How did you get the $20,000 again? How did you?
So I'm just saying, if they said, I want $20,000 off the price because I'm paying cash
Okay.
off the offer.
If you have a sure deal and they're not gonna walk away, and you've only invested 5 days, you could have someone else that strings you along to
Sure,
the end and
you
walks
could,
away.
but is it worth $20,000?
It depends what your
It
situation.
could be depend on your situation. I'm just saying, I'm not thinking it's worth 20. I'm super, I'm like most sellers. I don't want to give you one of my dollars if I can keep one of my dollars. I'll roll the dice. Do you see what I mean? I would rather roll the dice and get my 20 than give you 20%, $20,000 off.
Counter them and after.
Of course you can counter them. Absolutely, you could absolutely counter them. So let's talk about that. Once a seller receives an offer, once you've taken a look at it, you've looked at the dates, what can you do? What's your options? What if a seller doesn't like something in the offer? Well, I want that cash offer. I'd rather have that cash offer than that financing offer. Okay, so the cash, let's just say the 2 offers were, one was $300,000, no terms, okay, and it's a 45-day close, and one's a cash offer, 5 days, $20,000 off. So one nets the seller, what would the net be?
$20,000 more.
$20,000, one offer is worth $20,000 more than the other, okay? But the seller wants to take the cash offer, what can they do? Yeah, you can negotiate, that's where you guys come in. So what would you, the first thing you would do?
Counter offer.
Counter offer, okay? Now, I'm gonna tell you I would do something different. I would do a counter offer, but I'd call the list, I'd call the buying licensee and I would say, so Stephanie, thank you so much for the cash offer. I just have to let you know I have another offer in. Are your buyers gonna be willing to come up on their price. Okay, now, you've been working with these people for a long time, Stephanie, you've shown them a lot of property. So Aaron, am I correct that you were in that situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had a cash offer or a finance offer, and what was the difference in price?
About $15,000.
$15,000.
Yeah.
Okay, and you had the opportunity to ask the cash guys, are you gonna pay any more for this property? Okay, and what did they say?
Well, because of a different circumstance with the ability to rent that unit, they said that they may pull the offer, and because we had such a great conventional offer, we just pulled it early. Said, okay, well.
You withdrew.
We withdrew, yeah.
Okay, did you see that? Because they got a better offer. Now, also with the cash offer, what would that have made the seller have to do? No, I think that cash offer didn't cover their expenses.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, it was really weak.
Yeah, so the cash offer was super weak. So people typically, when they're paying cash, want a huge discount.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense sometimes. Do you see that? And sometimes people can't accept an offer because it doesn't relieve them of their cost. Right? Does it make sense? I don't want to have to, if I'm selling my house, I typically want to make money on it, not pay money. Okay, so we're going to negotiate. We're going to do a counter offer. Once we get our offer accepted, what is the next step, guys? Next step in an offer once you get it accepted.
Contract contingencies.
Yes, very good for reading that off. Excellent, excellent. What's the number one first thing if you're working with a buyer you're doing once you go into contract?
Home inspection.
Home inspection. What have I been talking about with Honey Kim this entire time? We're not worrying about anything else until we do what? Then you get the home inspection. The home inspection is your number one contingency. It is the biggest deal in your contract. It makes a decision for a buyer whether or not they're going to go, no go for launch. What happens? So we've just found out an inspection that just happened. We've got a buyer over there. Not only do they want a whole bunch of work to be done, they also want to lower the price $10,000. So now what's the seller going to say? What do you think? Are we going to be able to make this go or not?
No.
What can the seller do when they receive that repair request?
She can negotiate the counter it.
Yep, counter that repair request. By saying, and how do you counter a repair request? You say, I'm not willing to do this, I'm willing to do this.
Or I'm not willing to do anything.
Or I'm not willing to do anything. Or whatever your circumstances. Okay, so now during the time that your property is getting inspected, once we come to terms on the home inspection, you're working with the buyer, okay? All right, so buyers are super simple, guys. It's probably a 3-step process. Are you ready? Very simple. Show them a house, get them in contract, get the home inspection, start to receive some documents, go to closing. Watch this. Show them some houses, get them in contract, do the home inspection, receive some documents, go to closing. Not very many dance steps there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What documents are you receiving? Does anybody remember?
If it's a condo, resale certificate.
Excellent. Resale certificate for the condo. What else? I could be waiting for the appraisal. Absolutely. There you go. Preliminary commitment for title.
Anything that you negotiated to have repaired.
Anything that you negotiate to have prepared. You're right. Anything else?
Stuff on the side.
But you get my point?
Yeah.
Pretty much all you're doing is once you get past the home inspection and you're working with a buyer, you are literally receiving documents. And that is it. Until the final walkthrough, you're kind of done. It's not a very complicated dance move. Now, there could be some complications that come up. I'm sure there will be. There could be some additional stuff that comes up. But really, your dance moves, you don't have very many dance moves. Okay, so what should you be doing once you have a buyer in contract and once you get past the home inspection?
Wait.
As a business owner, what should you be doing? Looking for more business. Now, I'm going to tell you the scariest thing I see licensees do. Okay, they get one buyer, they write one contract, and they hunker down over that contract, and they don't do another thing until that contract closes. Now, that's natural. I totally understand it. You may not know exactly what you're doing, but instead of going out and once you get that contract negotiated, I need you to be doing all of the other things that it took you to do to get another buyer or another seller. Otherwise, when that bad boy closes, guess what? You're out of business. You have to start all of that process all over again, all that stuff that you were doing to get that buyer. You have to start that all over again. If you are, once you get that contract pending, if you are going and doing all of the same activities that you were doing in order to get that buyer, guess what you'd have? Another contract, or maybe even another two. Do you see that? So you are able, how do you start to juggle? How do you start to juggle? Typically, people start with one ball, right? And they start to get the move on how the ball goes back and forth in your hands. Then in order to start to learn how to juggle, you have to add another ball, right? And then in order to get better at juggling, you have to add a third and fourth and fifth ball. But it's the same moves. Does that make sense? It's the same moves. It's just adding additional balls in the air. Okay? Who can do that better than anybody? Moms. I'm right too. Mommies, who can do that better? Who knows how to juggle multiple things going on at the same time at any one given moment? You know, are you good at that? Is that something you're good at? Because if you're not good at that, watch this. Then you can only do about 12 transactions a year. If you have to wait until something closes before you go and start something else, you can only do about 12. Does that make sense to you? So in order to do some good production, you have to be able to do multiple things at the same time. That's why we want to have we want to have as many listings as we can over here, and then we want to be working with buyers over here. Because what are listings over here? Listings over here are working for you. Buyers, you have to go out and show them property and find them the property, right? Okay, but listings are doing what? Bringing people in, right? Listings kind of, we like to say it, sell themselves, okay, because somebody else is bringing a buyer to that listing. I don't have to bring a buyer to this listing. I have to show these buyers' listings out over here. That's how you start to get multiple transactions going. That's how you start to get cash flow. Anybody like cash flow like I do? That's how you get cash flow. Okay, once you go to closing, what else do you got to do? We're signing documents. The buyer signs the documents. All the documents are reviewed. The seller gets paid. Guess what? You get paid too. Anybody like that? Okay. How about before I set you free this weekend? How about I talk to you about an amazing program that Jack White is doing for brand new licensees? Sure. Anybody interested?
Yeah, sure.
Nah.
No? Okay. Are you hard workers? Okay. Okay. So Aaron, I used you as a test case. Okay.
Face monkey, number one.
What's Space Monkey?
You know when the astronauts, they tested with monkeys first?
I did.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know if it would work well. I want to know if you could do it, or if it was too much or too little. Okay. And what did you think?
I thought it was great. It keeps you on track. It's kind of an accountability checklist, but it's things that you should be doing anyway for your own business. It's just a way to kind of see it structured out so you can plan your schedule around that. So it's extremely helpful. You're hitting those marks, you know that you're kind of doing all the things you should be doing, and then probably you can add more to it.
So if I want to save you some money, does that sound good to you? Anybody interested besides me? Okay. Now, this is completely 100% voluntary. You do not have to do this. I want to make sure that everyone understands. Did you hear me say it was voluntary?
Yes.
Okay. The next part about it is that it is a I am not kidding program. What do I mean? What do you think I mean by I'm not kidding?
Serious business.
This is serious business, okay? Because here's what the brokerage is going to be willing to do for you for a period of 90 days, okay? So you have dues, fees, and expenses that you have to pay your first months in real estate. Is that correct? And I know it's a lot, plus you get a monthly bill, okay? So how about if you agree to do work, we agree to, at the end of the month, credit you your fees. The only fee that you will have is your MLS dues, which we cannot credit you, because that's a hard cost from the MLS, has to be paid. And we'll pay for some postage and some other gimmies. What do you think?
Yeah.
Anybody willing to do that?
Yeah.
Now, FYI, I'm a very serious person. I'm very nice, I think, for the most part. Some people would argue that, that's okay. But I'm a little hard on a couple things, okay? So one of the things is if you choose not to do this program, that's completely and totally up to you. No, you don't get your fees waived. Suck it up, buttercup, okay? Second thing is if you choose not to do the program as we've outlined it, then you're choosing not to have for that month those fees credited back to your account. That's on you, not me. And third is I'm not a dog ate my homework kind of a girl. So I'm gonna let you know right now, all of us, you guys are starting your own business. If you guys were right now out there starting your own clothing store in the Diamond Center, or if you were starting your own coffee company, or if you were starting your own company, in another location, and you had to go and show up every day for work, guess what happens when you don't show up? Guess what happens when you don't do your business activities? Okay, if you were to go and start a clothing company in the Diamond Center and decide not to be open on a Saturday, guess what would happen to you? No, not just that, the mall would kick you out. Believe it or not, the mall has what they call mall hours. If you refuse to do mall hours, you cannot have a business in their mall, which is why some business owners have to go to a strip. They cannot staff a business for the number of hours that a mall requires you to be open. If you're not open, they will fine you. If you have a certain number of no-shows within a month, they will cancel your lease and evict you. Or not cancel your lease and evict you. That means you still owe them money. So are you getting what I'm saying? Okay. So anybody have any questions before we jump into this?
How much time are you asking for me to do it?
That's what, you tell me, this is just gonna be, I think these are things that you should be doing, like we were saying already. I'm not asking you to do anything interesting in you, okay? But let's go over it. This is a 3-month program. We're calling it Jumpstart. And yes, ma'am.
I have to go meet those clients.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
I'll be back as soon as I'm done.
Yeah, no worries. And I'll go over this with you one-on-one. I'll also go over this with anybody one-on-one that wants to. I'm trying to get access to my network. You're supposed to have access to my network. Do you see my folders? No? That's okay because I have it right here. Okay, so it's a 3-month program. Okay, what we want to do is we've got this pilot program. We checked it out. We saw how it worked with Aaron, and we saw that I thought it really helped you out to keep you going.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. So what I need you to know is we want to set, it's going to be a little bit challenging, and I recognize that. And some of you are going to say, I'm not going to be able to do this, and that's okay. Yep, that's totally fine. Let's say you can't do it now. What could you do later? So, for example, Abraham, if you're working full-time on another position, and this is something that you just can't commit to, what would I tell you could do?
Right.
You could do it later. Let's say right now it won't work with me in my life, but maybe in 3 months it'll work for me. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to honor that for you. Does that sound fair? Okay, because I do understand if you were to say to me right now, I can't commit to doing this. So for example, Marty, I understand that you're going on vacation. So if you want to start yours after you're back in the office full time, I'm thumbs up on that. Okay? All right, so we're investing in your success. So what you need to do the first month is you have to do 4 open houses, and I'm going to stretch you a little bit. I'm going to make you a little bit uncomfortable. I want those open houses posted on Facebook, Craigslist, and I need you to go into the MLS and make sure they're shown as an open house in the MLS that weekend. So that's 4 in a month. Okay, 4 in a month. So I'm not making it so it's impossible, but I am making it so that you have to start to work on the weekend. Because here's what I'm going to tell you. Most real estate is done after hours and on the weekend. Did somebody tell you that when you started this?
You did.
I did. Yeah, the buyers who are working right now who are buying houses, guess where they are? They're at work. Most of them cannot leave during the day to go look at houses or sell houses. Some of them can, but some of them cannot. Yes, ma'am.
If we do this, I'm already fast because it's 3 months. I started December.
No, I'm introducing it to you today. You can start
okay.
this. It's not your first 3 months in business.
Okay, so I'm still good then.
Yeah, you're good. Unless you don't want it to be good, then I can give it to somebody else.
No, I want it to be.
Okay.
How about if we do a lot of open houses, but then we can't get contacts to CRM, so that's out.
Okay, but that's not out because I'm not going to accept that.
Okay. So
Yeah, because you know what you could do? You can download the neighbors in your neighborhood. Those could be your contacts. And where can you get those contacts?
Great.
That's correct. So do you see how I'm not taking that for an answer? Yes, okay. So are you gonna start to see how this is gonna work a little bit? Do you see how I'm not taking that for an answer? How many people are friends with you on Facebook? Are you serious? You have 1,000 people? So right now you have 1,000 contacts.
But for Alaska,
Doesn't matter. Can you sell real estate anywhere in the United States?
yes.
Yes, you can. Can you sell anywhere in the world that has real estate brokerage?
Yes.
Yes. So do you see how I'm not taking it? I'm not giving up. You gotta start thinking, I'm in business, I gotta start making money. Which means I gotta start contacting people. Yeah. I need you to make money. Why do I need you to make money?
Because you'll make money.
No, because I know that if you make money, you'll stay in business. I know that if you can stay in business over the first couple of years, that you're gonna have dramatic increase in your money, in your financial position. So I'm investing in you, okay? I want you to think about it like that. I need you to send 50 pieces of direct mail for a farm, open house, just listed, just sold cards, a letter to your sphere, etc. 50 pieces, what does that mean? Could be postcards, could be just listed postcards, could be just sold postcards, could be a letter of introduction, could be whatever you want, okay? I need you to load 50 or more minimum people into our CRM and send out one e-card. Guess who'll help you do that? Ari will, we will. Yes, ma'am.
We use a different.
That is totally fine. You show me that you sent out an e-card, then you send it to me and I'm gonna do what? I'm gonna give you credit, but I am not gonna give you credit for, it needs to be Shoshana contacts. I mean, I know that you're on the team, but I don't want it to be like one.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta see it for sure. Okay, I need you to do one first slot of floor time. What is one first slot of floor time per month? This is in a 30-day period.
So just what, one for a month?
One in a month.
There's 2 slots. The second slot only gets filled if there's 2 calls.
Correct. If there's 2 people.
You only want one floor time in 1 month?
I'm trying to, watch how this rolls. Okay, all right, watch how this rolls. I need you to do 5 cold calls, either expired listings for sale by owners or door knocking. Anybody terrified?
I don't like that.
Okay, guess what I'm gonna have you do?
10.
Okay, suck it up, Buttercup. Okay, what you're gonna have to, by the way, you're going to have to cold. You're gonna have to do some things cold.
Oh, we have the slide thing.
Yeah. Okay, see what I'm saying? Okay, so I need you to track your results. Aaron, you developed your own little tracker, is that correct?
Yeah, I've got a little spreadsheet checkbox thing I can send you guys if you want to use it. It's pretty straightforward, simple.
Okay. At the end of the month, you're going to turn in your log sheet and we'll credit your account. Okay. All the Jack White fees minus your $66.50 for MLS dues, and we'll pay the postage we'll credit your account back for the 50 pieces that you sent of postage. You have to invest in sending them out, and then at the end of the month, we'll credit it back. FYI, if you don't do any of these things, don't tell me, oh, well, I did everything, but I didn't do 5 cold calls. Then I'm going to be like, guess what? Oh, really? You didn't do 5 cold calls? Maybe you can go make 5 cold calls real quick so I can give you money. Okay? All right, next month, all right? Do 4 open houses. Post on Facebook, Craigslist, and MLS. Send another 50 pieces of direct mail to your farm, open house, just listed, just sold cards, letter to your sphere. Add 10 new contacts to the CRM. Hopefully out of those, the thought being, are you ready? Are you ready for my madness? Out of the open houses that you got, hopefully you met 10 plus people that you would then immediately load into your CRM. Can I tell you what I'm trying to get you to do? Follow up, yes, and also start to build your book of business. Okay, because what I know is people who start to build their book of business and start to contact their sphere, guess what starts happening? People start calling you instead of you having to go call them. How do you like them apples? Okay. Okay, there's a lot of licensees, guys. I don't have to get up in the morning and do a whole bunch of work to get people to talk to me. Do you want to know why? Because people call me or Facebook me or email me every single day. First thing they always say, I love it. I've been in real estate for almost 26 years. My face, sometimes my name is in the newspaper every single week. I'm all over online. I've got a real estate Facebook page that says Real Estate Guru. First question out of everyone's mouth, Teresa, are you still in real estate? My favorite question ever. I think it's hysterical. I used to think it was funny. I used to get really offended. Like the first 1 to 5 years, I would get very offended. What do you mean am I still in real estate? Like I wouldn't be successful and wouldn't be good at this, right? Like, what do you mean? And then now I think it's hysterical because 26 years later, they're still asking me, first question. So are you still selling, my favorite question, are you still selling houses? What do I always say? Yes.
All day in person.
All day, all day. Okay, so send 50 pieces out, add 10 new contacts to the same CRM so that you get your contact list to 60. Add 2 contacts to the Flex MLS auto email program. How do you do that?
With what is it, the portal?
Set them up on 2 people on a portal. All right, do 1 first lot of floor time. Do 10 cold calls. Ooh, I'm pushing you. I need you to do 5 more than you did last month. I know that people are terrified to talk to people. I know you are. I know you're terrified to call for sale by owner. I know you are. But when you start doing 5 and you start seeing how it is, and then you do, the next month you do 10, guess what? Then it becomes no big deal. I've got one gentleman upstairs who cold calls out of the phone book for 2 hours a night. Has anyone met John Wilson?
Yeah, and he's rocking.
He's rocking it. See you later, Lenny. Okay, take 1 prospect or rainmaker to coffee. What's a prospect or a rainmaker? Who's a rainmaker?
Somebody that can help your business.
Somebody who knows you, loves you, and trusts you, and wants you to succeed is a rainmaker. Now, for me, in my world, that's like my family.
So you want us all to take you to?
No, I'm not a rainmaker. I'm not a rainmaker for you, guys. I'm not a rainmaker. Who's a rainmaker for you?
Your best friend.
Your best friend is a rainmaker for you. Somebody who knows you, likes you, and trusts you is a rainmaker for you. Somebody who's also in a sales business is a rainmaker for you. Who's in another sales business, who needs business too. Do you know anybody right now who's like, so for example, if I had to do it all over again, there's a couple key people I'd go try and introduce myself to. Are you ready? I'd write it down if I were you. I know that in order to get into the investment business, if I have to become a New York Life representative, they make you come in with, I think, a list of 1,000 contacts, and they have to be real people. And they verify them. Okay? I think I'd make friends with somebody who's just starting their New York Life business, because that's somebody that you can do cross referrals to. Okay? Another person that I might go meet is a divorce attorney. No, I'm not kidding. Or an estate attorney. Yeah, and how about this? Instead of we say divorce, how about we say family law? And how about we say an estate attorney? Why might I do that?
That's where homes are being sold.
Okay, so estate attorneys are closing out people's probate. Did you know that there are people who make their entire living listing deceased or estate sales because people die and they get all of their business off of selling those properties? That's an entire book of business for a year. What if you got one guy who did a whole bunch of estates, who agreed to allow you to be the listing licensee on all the properties?
I've heard of agents following the obituaries.
Absolutely true story. We follow the obituaries, we follow the weddings, we also follow when the birth announcements were in the paper. I would tell you to do that. I would tell you to set, anytime you saw the birth announcements in the paper, find out where those folks live, find out if they have a house or not. And you know how you do that? You go on the wedding registries, not kidding, did you just hear me? Wedding registries and baby registries. Then you find out if they're renters or owners. How hard is that to find out? You compare the list of where they say they're living and see if they're mentioned in the tax records. Okay, not very hard. Okay, who's another rainmaker for you? Teacher at a school. You know, somebody who does a lot of business. Anybody else you know? How about my favorite rainmaker that I ever met? I didn't even know this existed. Does anybody know that there's people out there called wealth managers? Totally did, like, wow, those are people that I want to hang out with. Wealth managers, they work at they work at UBS or some of the higher end Merrill Lynch They're called wealth managers. Why might I want to, and by the way, why might they want to meet you? One of the things I bet you might be thinking to yourself is, oh my God, will they even take my call? Why might they want to meet you?
You're gonna bring them to so positive.
Because first of all, you may at some point in time need a wealth manager to help you with your gigantic amount of money that you're bringing into your family. And oh, by the way, you meet people, investors all the time. Do you get it? I can recommend you, or I can recommend someone else. Okay. Okay, so again, at the end of the month, after I see, you're gonna have to show me everything that you've done. Okay, at the end of the month, we will credit you back. Again, all of your fees, your Jack White fees minus your MLS, which I cannot credit back. We'll pay for 50 pieces of that additional second 50 pieces of mail, and we'll also pay for a free picture ad in the newspaper. The idea being, if you can get a listing your first month in real estate, then you can get a free picture ad on the page. So that would be a win-win, right? Okay, month 3. You do 4 open houses, post on Facebook, Craigslist, and MLS, or 2 open houses that are showing property to a pre-qualified buyer. Because by now, you should be meeting a couple buyers, right? By month 3, and you should be showing them houses, okay? You send 50 pieces of direct mail. You add 15 new contacts to your CRM, so that should equal 75. You schedule a listing appointment, or you attend a listing appointment with a colleague or senior licensee. If you cannot get a listing appointment from a colleague, guess who will be your guinea pig for you to do your listing presentation on? Me. You can come and do a CMA and do a listing presentation for me. Okay? So the idea that you're not going to be able to do this is not true. Okay, because I'll let you come and do one for my house. Okay? Do 1 first lot of floor time, do 20 cold calls, expired listings for sale by owner, or door knocking. The idea being, again, that you actually have to do things that get you business, and the next month you got to do more things that get you business, and the next month you got to do more things that get you business, and then guess what? We would hope that would be happening.
And it's not like it's 20 cold calls, it's 1 a day.
Okay?
It's only one.
5 days a week, 1 a day.
Okay?
It's only one time you're doing the slide.
Okay. All right. So do you think you guys might be able to handle this? Does it sound like something that you might want to do?
Sounds like something we should do.
Okay. So am I going to force you to do this? What if you said, Teresa, I'm not going to do this? What am I going to say?
Give me your money.
No, I'm going to say no problem. No problem. Then you just pay then the monthly fees are paid. Okay. That sound good? Now I'm pretty reasonable, but dog ate my homework. I didn't feel good. I canceled my open house, all that kind of crap. I'm not your girl. I just need you to know this. This is a business that rewards really hard work. And if you thought you were going to start your own business and not work really hard, I don't think that's very realistic. Does that make sense? You're going to have to work really, really hard. Okay, most people who go start a restaurant, do you know how many hours a day they work on average?
16.
Minimum. Right? And that's hoping that people show up. Okay? The inventory is already done for you. Isn't that amazing? The office is already here for you. The staff is already here for you. All of the stuff is already here for you. Okay? Anybody have any questions? Go out and make it a fantastic weekend. I hope you go help somebody buy a house or go list a house this weekend. I am available to you 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday might be a little bit tough getting a hold of me. I'm having a party at my home. So just so you know, but you can text me if you need to. Okay, but it might be tough to go on Sunday.
I made friends with a lender today.
Yay! Who'd you make friends with?
Okay. Eric. Okay.
Heinrich?
Yeah.
I like Eric Heinrich. He's a really nice guy.
Because I'm doing an open house for the reload department. It's a little bit expensive for
Right. That's okay.
And yeah, he's planning to meet me, so I'm gonna invite anyone who wants to come and meet him. That way it's.
Where's the open house gonna be?
It's in Seaport Circle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 2 minutes drive from my house, so.
Okay, so
I
it's
know
in
the area.
Southport.
Yes, it's in Southport.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for doing that.
Is it easy to stream your class while I'm calling?
I would hope so. It will depend on your internet connection. It will depend on your computer.
Okay.
Okay, so in theory, it should be okay to do that.
And how do you like it?
We send out every single day, we send out a notice that says, click here for the live stream.
Oh,
And if you're not receiving it, let's try and make sure you're seeing that on your email.
okay, I'm going to go into the chat.
It probably is going to the junk mail, although you can ask for that in your email address. That would be- Yes, that would be.
Oh,
Yes.
My brain,
Yes, my brain is not working.
You're so funny. You keep the classics. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should do this.
Do you want, oh, thank you. Thank you. I love you sit there saying you're going to be paying attention.
Sure.
You know, and I stopped when I was there.
And
So
Lucy
then
would
to like,
show-
Wells Fargo, and I said, no, that's good. That's what I'm thinking.
No, it's.
Oh, good, good.
I'll be watching you.
Oh, good. I'm excited. I'm excited. And hopefully